Big Ten football talk right here at the Voice of College Football. Does it get any better than that? Please join the show. We have left the link in the chat, so you can go ahead and fire away. And I will one day leave that link in the description section of the videos. We will do that at some point. I will start to remember to do that, but we always leave the link like 50 times in the chat. So if you're looking for the link, we provided a number of times for the call-in portion of the show. There's a few places I want to go before we take any calls in particular. Unless we get a flood of calls, of course, I'm going to honor those right here at the Voice of College Football. So dig in, and here we go for the next 4 hours or so. John D'Adamo jumps in at 8 o'clock Eastern time to take us home. All right, here we go. You know what? I do have a list of items, but we've got a call coming in. So let's get right to it. No opening rant, no clever introduction, no curious, mysterious, kind of cryptic declaration that I typically make off the top and then explain later. Nothing like that. Straight to the phone calls. Big Ten football post spring practice. We've got Chris on the line. Chris, what's going on tonight?
Nothing. How are you? Can you hear me?
There, I've got you.
Do you hear me?
I've got you. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
I am doing well.
Oh, remind me so I just so I can follow along with you. I missed your introduction there. What am I allowed to talk on here?
You can talk about anything concerning college football. That is always the rule.
I thought that you wanted me to stay on point, though.
That is always the rule, aside from some ridiculous level breaking news. If Nick Saban retired tomorrow, we would do a show and we would stick to that topic until everything was exhausted. You know, there are exceptions, but regardless of what the topic is, I just put a topic out there because it's either the breaking news of the day or it's just a topic to get the conversation started. But we are always open to talk about whatever you guys want to talk about.
Oh, okay. Well, I'd like you kind of to tell me so I don't do anything wrong. But anyway, regardless of that, that's fine. If you don't want to hold me to that, that's okay. One question, I guess, and do I have to limit it to the Big Ten Conference itself, or?
Well, that would be kind of the rule of this particular show. It is the Big Ten live show. If you can relate it to the Big Ten, that would be good.
And I might have already covered this, so if it's redundant, let me know and I'll quit. But what do you think of potential realignment with Colorado maybe going to the Big Ten? How do you think they would fit in there? Or do you have a problem with that?
I don't necessarily have a problem with it. I just don't believe it's going to happen because I don't think Colorado adds enough value to the Big Ten. I think that there are other options that are much more valuable.
Well, do you base it on how they finished the season, or because I know they weren't very good last year, but or is it because of some other? I don't know exactly where they fit in. I think geographically they're actually not too far outside of it, are they?
Well, geographically at this point, it doesn't much matter, does it?
Oh, I don't know. I guess I'm asking.
The Big Ten's gone all the way out to each coast, so
right?
The Big Ten has gone the entire, unless they want to add Hawaii.
No,
they've pretty much covered it all. So not looking at geography anymore for as much as I would like to. I would like geography to be a factor, but it's not. I just don't think that the brand and the football program and the eyeballs on the games. I don't believe so.
Even with the new coaching hire, you don't think that necessarily elevates them at all?
Well, the Big Ten would be foolish to make. Any conference would be foolish to make that large of a decision to add a member school based on a coaching hire.
Oh,
he could be gone in 3 years, whether that's because he moves on to greener pastures and has done a great job at Colorado, or he's done a lousy job and he's fired.
Well, I guess maybe the question I have then for you is generally, how do you think of and I know if you base it solely on last season, I know it's not going to be too good, but do you have a favorable opinion of the school, or do you have not?
Absolutely. I'm not saying that in a derogatory way. I'm just stating reality in regards to, we're going to get into some comments that were made by the Big Ten commissioner just here in the last few days, the newly appointed Big Ten commissioner, and then playing off of that, the Illinois Chancellor Robert Jones also spoke, and they're pretty clear about, number one, there not being immediate additions to the Big Ten, but it's on the radar, it's being reviewed, and that they're not going to bring anyone into the conference that does not add, quote unquote, value.
Well, I guess maybe I'm not understanding you then, because I actually attended the Colorado for a couple of years, but I wasn't involved with their athletics. But I thought they had, for as best as I can remember, this has been some time ago, but I think they have a pretty good athletics program. I don't know that it's a downgrade really to include them, is it?
So it's not just the downgrade on the field, it's a value downgrade. It's a monetary, financial downgrade. That's the problem.
I'm not sure I understand, Mark.
There's a certain amount of money that the Big Ten and every conference has in regards to a revenue share from media rights. And then once the media rights deal is made and they bring in new members, then they have to split the pie differently. And they would not, I'm almost positive in saying this, I am positive in saying this, that it's unlikely that they would give Colorado an equal split of that pie, so they could save some money there. But Colorado would have to bring enough value, additional value, to a media rights deal that's already been signed and sealed for years to come, like 7 years, for the Big Ten. And that's a large portion of it. That's not everything, but that's a large portion of it. These member schools have to vote. They have to approve the move. And why would pick your school? I'll go to the top end of the conference, Ohio State, Michigan, Penn State. Why would they approve the member in addition of a school that's going to cost them money?
Well, okay. I mean, I don't know how to answer your question. I just, like I said, I attended there a couple of years back when I was about 19 or 20, and I had a generally pretty good impression, although it might depend, I guess, on what you focus on as far as what they offer maybe. But the impression I get, whether it's still valid or not, I don't know. But, it's the kind of the flagship school of the state of Colorado, in my opinion. I know you have Colorado State University, and I think they're actually being, mulled over, I think, by, I don't know if it's the Pac-12. I'm not completely sure. No, I know who it is, but I think you had, so I don't know if it was Steve Dace. I can't remember exactly who it was, but there was somebody that was kind of saying how good of a school it was for, their academics, I guess, are better than the average school. And I just was curious, I guess, if you thought University of Colorado might make a good addition to the Big Ten.
Well, you're touching on all the critical factors, and not any one of those factors is going to be an overriding plus to the point that that's the only thing that's being considered. All those things are being considered. Mm-hmm. The academic standing of the school, the culture of the school, the football brand and the performance on the field, the popularity of that brand, and how many eyeballs go to live streaming and televisions to watch that particular team. All those are factors. Sure.
Well, I guess I'm curious because, I don't know if it's just my impression is different or perspective maybe on it. Might be a little because I actually attended school there, but not knowing, I guess, what they look at, I guess it's hard for me to make a value on them. But I would think that, a school that has the broad appeal maybe that they extend out, I think it would maybe help. But am I looking at it too narrowly? I guess I'm still confused about why it's not a good choice.
So we had a conversation with Tony Altamore a couple of weeks ago, and you may want to catch that live stream. And he basically laid out, so let's start academically.
Okay.
There is a ranking for every school in the country. And again, that's not the end all be all, even within the academic evaluation, because there are research schools, there are liberal arts schools, there are all variations of that. But
they get grant money for, they're actually a fairly, I don't know if you know this or not, but when I attended, they were, I think they get grant money for aeronautical. They're like a top school for engineering. for the aerospace engineering. They actually have, they get a lot of money, I think, to, I don't know if it's directly from NASA, but it goes towards NASA. They work in that area. They get grant money, I think.
I will say that they were added to the Pac-12, so that's a good indicator that it's a strong school.
Oh,
I'm not disregarding Colorado academically. I don't know off the top of my head. I've looked at those figures. I've posted videos when I've reviewed it, but a million things have happened since then, so I don't recall their academic status. But it has to be pretty good to be in the Pac-12. So I don't think that that's the issue. I don't believe so. I might be wrong. Again, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I think it's more about football performance and brand and attention and TV ratings.
right.
For them, it would be.
And you don't think they measure up that way?
They don't.
Oh. Well,
It doesn't have anything to do with what I think. It's.
Well, no, but I thought you told me that they were one of the top markets in the United States, television markets. But that wasn't you?
Well, they are, but if nobody watches them in that television market, it's an NFL city.
Yeah.
So there's not as much attention. Like more people are going to watch Ohio State football in Columbus, Ohio, than are going to watch Colorado football in Denver.
Oh. Well, I don't know much about that. That might be true.
That's a bit of an app. I went to the nth degree on that comparison. That's not even worth mentioning, but yeah, I'm not saying it's 100% sure that the Big Ten would never accept Colorado. So I'm not saying that. So I am just giving indications. I am just pointing out various areas in which these conferences evaluate these schools and these programs, but I don't have the answer.
I think historically, if I'm not mistaken, they're in the top 35.
Top 35 in football.
Yeah. I don't know if that changes anything, and I think that's through 2022. I think they might even be a little bit higher. I'm not completely, because I don't have it in front of me, but if I'm not mistaken, they're definitely somewhere in the top 35.
They're in the top 35 in winning percentage, Colorado?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Really?
Well, okay. I mean, I can't say I know for sure, Mark, excuse me, but I did the math or whatever, and I think they came out in the top. I mean, I know they're in the top 35 somewhere, but exactly where
there can always be an argument made that there are other schools within these conferences that are weighing down these conferences and not holding their weight when it comes to performance on the field or in terms of their media attraction either. But they're already members of the conference.
Oh, okay.
And they're already outstanding academic institutions. So let's look up Colorado here.
Well, go ahead.
So this is going to take.
I can tell you where they were, but I don't have it. Like I said, I don't have to look it up.
No, in regards to all-time winning percentage, they're 44th all-time in winning percentage.
Okay. Well, I don't know. I don't know what that's probably not the way I figured. That's okay though. That's your percentages. I actually take a different approach to it, but I'm not necessarily trying to boost them any higher than they were, but I have them a little bit higher than that, but that's okay though. That's probably right.
Well, what else do you base winning percentage on except for how many games you win divided by how many games you played?
Well, I could get into that.
Okay, you have a more advanced metric, which may or may not be valid. Okay.
It's not really more advanced. It's just, I weigh it differently. I mean, in other words, I don't know, I got in an argument with somebody over West Virginia, and they were trying to tell me they're like top 50 or something like that. And they were trying to tell me they were like top something else. And I don't know if they just have a lot of wins over not very good opponents, but I found out they were top 50.
Yeah. So you weight it based on the level of the opponent. So that's valid. That's a really good metric as long as it's done correctly.
Well, I try real hard to do it correctly. I'm not trying to
Well, I believe you, Chris. So they're 44th in the country in winning percentage. If we're just taking flat out winning percentage, but that's all time.
Okay.
What a school was doing in 1935 doesn't much matter now.
No. Well, I
So
agree.
this has been a really bad football program
For a
for
while,
the
yeah.
last 20 years.
Yeah.
Except for 2016, they had a nice season. But they have a new coach who's bringing a lot of attention and may be an outstanding coach. We don't know. It remains to be seen at this level. He did a great job at Jackson State.
Yeah.
And he's bringing in a lot of players. He's also getting rid of a lot of players. We'll see if that strategy is either genius or less than genius. But I think that these schools / football and athletic programs are ahead of Colorado in the pecking order for the Big Ten.
Oh, okay.
Washington, Oregon, Notre Dame, of course, is number 1 on the list.
Right.
North Carolina, Georgia Tech, Florida State, Miami, probably Clemson.
Okay.
And obviously, from a football standpoint, Clemson
Yeah.
would be right at the top.
Do you think that, I don't know what you call it. I think that approach might not be, I mean, this is just my perspective, which you probably might not agree with regardless, but why can't they just, if it's about bringing in good schools, why can't they just annex the Pac-12? And I know there's like those border schools supposedly that aren't really suited to the Big Ten, but why not just, instead of taking Washington, Oregon, or why not just annex, bring them all in? I don't quite understand why that's such a huge issue either.
Okay, let me attack it from this angle.
You think there's some teams there?
Let's say,
in all honesty, those border schools, except for Utah, are pretty bad. Those border schools that they were talking might go to the Big 12, or they were all pretty.
And I don't think that the Big Ten doesn't have any interest in those schools.
Oh, okay.
They have shown to date that they don't even have interest in Oregon and Washington. Oregon and Washington applied to join the Big Ten 6 or 7 months ago.
Oh, they did?
And the Big Ten at this point has said, no, thank you.
Oh, I see. Well, the distance, kind of went.
No, not the distance. Get the distance out of your head. They just added USC and UCLA.
Okay. Well, at any rate, I guess I'm not completely sure I understand I understand there's more people interested maybe in LA, and I can understand some of it, but I guess I don't understand why it's so critical, I guess, to limit teams to the ones, I guess, that, like, you talk like, I know Clemson's really good, and I know Florida State, all those. I mean, they've always been very good, but I'm not completely sure that's the right approach to take. I think that's kind of historically they're going to be the very best. Miami, maybe, those are the very best as far as what they bring to the table from, I don't know if that's the right approach, Mark. I think we're looking at, it's kind of an old school approach. I think, it's like looking at it from history, which is good.
It's an old school approach.
Well, I mean, history.
Let me see if I can explain it in this example. Chris, if you had a sales team and there were 10 members on the sales team, and collectively they brought in $1 million.
Okay.
And they brought in $100,000 per on average, but it fluctuated. One of them brought in 104,000. One brought in 124,000. Some brought in 72,000, but it was fairly close to 100,000 per.
Okay.
And everyone was comfortable with making the agreement, because it fluctuated every year a little bit, of course.
No.
That everyone would split the pie evenly and everyone would get $100,000.
Okay.
But if you added a salesperson, the 11th person, and they averaged $18,000 in sales for the last 10 years.
Right.
And they would then, if added, would join that pie and be able to take one of those slices for slightly less than 100,000 then, because it would be divided 11 times, so 90-some thousand. But all those other members would have to vote them in. Why would they vote them in?
Who?
The other salespeople. Why would they vote the other person in?
Oh, well.
They wouldn't. So this is the same analogy I'm trying to get across.
Well, here's what I'm trying to tell you, and you don't necessarily have to. They've been like, I know Florida State, they took Memphis, I mean, which I guess is fine. I mean, it's probably a promotion, I guess. So they took Memphis's coach, and it hasn't really worked until last season. Finally, it started to pay off a little
What
bit.
does that have to do with anything?
Well, I mean, they're looking outside.
Where are you going? Florida State hired Memphis's coach. Fine.
No, I don't agree with you.
They're looking at the Big Ten dividing revenue.
My point is, if they were as good as they were supposed to be, they wouldn't be looking to Memphis for, they'd be looking. I don't know where they'd be looking, to be on all fairness. I really don't know.
What does hiring coaches have to do with revenue splits?
Well, I think my point is,
you know what I'm basically saying is I was trying to use a real world example of why the Big Ten members would not vote for Colorado to join the Big Ten, because they don't add enough television revenue value to join the conference.
Well, I thought you told me the media market was like the top 15 or something like that.
Yeah, but nobody watches them.
You told me it was. You told me the media market for the probably includes the entire.
Yeah, absolutely. The Denver market is extremely large. I don't know what it's rated right now. It's in the top 10 to 15.
Right.
However, there are not Colorado boosters holding guns to people's heads, going to each door to door throughout the Denver metropolitan area, forcing them to watch Colorado football games. Tuscaloosa, Alabama is a small town, relatively speaking, of like 100,000 people, but people watch Alabama football in places other than Tuscaloosa, Alabama.
Right. I understand that, I guess. I guess I'm confused about what exactly you're promoting here, I guess, but I'm not
promoting. You asked me, you promoted Colorado and joining the Big Ten, and I am letting you know that it's a fine university that has had success in football. And is there a possibility that the Big Ten would ever take Colorado? Sure, of course there's a possibility, but I just named all those other schools that are more valuable than Colorado.
No, I understand. I mean, kind of what you're trying to tell me. I don't understand why it's such a problem not to include them. That part I don't really get, but that's okay. I know you're looking out for the Big Ten and you want them to.
I'm not looking out for anyone. I'm just telling you what is going on. I'm not looking out for anyone.
Well, I think you want them to be in I don't blame you. I would too. You want them to stay up there where they belong with,
Chris, if we were having the same conversation about the SEC, if you were saying, I want Colorado to join the SEC, I'd be telling you the same exact. There would be nothing else that I would be telling you any different.
Well, no, my point is, I think I understand a little bit because I've learned over the time, I understand kind of why the Big 12 is looking for those. Part of the reason they might be looking at them is because they're not very good. I know that's kind of a weird way to look at it, but the border schools, they call them, except for Utah. The only one that's still pretty good is Utah. Apart from Utah, they're all pretty, so it kind of makes sense that they might want to leave and join.
And what is the talk surrounding what conference those corner schools would go to? The Big 12. That's a completely different deal than the Big 10.
Well, no, I'm just telling you that.
No, it's a completely different. My analogy about the sales team making $1 million a year, if we equated that to the Big 12, I would then use the figure $300,000 a year.
Oh.
And therefore, Colorado may add value to the Big 12 because they don't have to earn as much money or be valued at the same rate to add value to a Big 12 conference as they do the Big 10 conference.
What is it exactly that you're looking? I mean, if it's not, you said Colorado really hasn't had very good football teams. You said they did. They really haven't. But I guess there was a year or two when they were pretty good. But when I was there,
they've been awful for 20 years.
Yeah, or longer.
I mentioned one team that was decent in 2016 that won the division and went to the conference championship game.
Yeah, they were okay. They were like, they had a lot.
They weren't very good. Yeah, for a team going to a conference championship game, they weren't very good. Yeah.
Well, they had talent. They were a talented team. It's just that I remember watching that team, and I didn't really like them because it seemed like they had a pretty good defense, but they seemed like they were kind of, I don't know what you call it. It's like I didn't really enjoy the team because it seemed like they were kind of intimidating, and I don't know what you call it. It's like, and like the teams that are, they had a good defense, but it wasn't. I don't remember. Was it Jim Levitt? I think was the defensive coach. Do you remember?
Yes, he was.
I don't know who they brought in, but they were kind of intimidating players, I guess. I don't think they've ever beaten USC. I don't think Colorado's ever beaten USC.
I don't believe so.
Yeah, I think they're like 0-13 or something. Yeah, I don't think they've ever beaten them.
We have a comment coming in from Erica. Thank you so much for the super chat, Erica, who says, caller, why should Colorado join the Big Ten? Have not heard a compelling reason from you yet.
Oh, well, I could probably give one, but I don't.
Actually, I think you've given compelling reasons. I think it's pretty obvious why any school would want to join the Big Ten.
Well, they share a rivalry with Nebraska. That's part of it. And then, I kind of not knowing, I guess, what they look at. And I understand where you're coming from as far as, what they have add for potential, I guess. I would think that they would maybe, I don't know what those schools are really known for other than, I know they're all pretty strong, I think, academically. And I don't know exactly what Colorado's. I attended school there, but just because I attended school there doesn't mean I really know what they're. Like I said, I was engineering, but I think they're not like the best engineering school. They're just among.
Do you know the number one reason why Colorado would want to join the Big Ten?
Do I?
Yeah.
Well, no. I guess I don't. I guess the
guess
decision, huh? Take a guess.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I think if it was me, if I had that decision, which I don't, but I think that would, I'm looking at it from what I think the school, I think would actually give the Big Ten a better, I don't know what you call it. I think when you include teams that are outside the Big Ten, like they've already kind of done, I don't think it's such a stretch to include Colorado because they're real close, I think. And so it's like,
why would Colorado want to join the Big Ten? Stop thinking like a fan. Why would Colorado want to join the Big Ten?
Well, I know, for example, when they had that coach, I can't think of his name off the top.
Forget about coaches. Has nothing to do with coach. Why would Colorado University want to join the Big Ten?
Well, you already kind of talked about it. I think if they're approved, then they would, it's hard to say exactly what they would get from it, but the media rights and all that, and if they actually
money.
Could stand to gain a better percentage, I guess, of media rights than they do.
Money. That's why Maryland joined the Big Ten. That's why Rutgers joined the Big Ten. And they even took a pay cut to do it. They even took a revenue hit to do it.
Okay. Well, I don't know enough about it to tell you if they're a good fit or not. But, from what I can guess, I guess, I would think that the Big Ten would actually maybe want to include them, but that's without knowing, I guess, what the Big Ten really is looking for. I mean, I'll be honest. I thought it was kind of
the Big Ten looking for.
Well,
They're
yeah,
looking for a strong football brands that have great academic institutions.
Okay, and you don't seem to think Colorado has either, I guess. I mean, I don't
right now they don't have a good football program. You've acknowledged that even more so than I have.
Yeah, I don't know that they're very good either. I don't think
academically, I'm not. Again, I'd have to go back to the numbers. I know that they're not Stanford, but they're good enough to have joined and been included in the Pac-12. And the Pac-12 cares very much about academic status.
Well, there you go. Though. I mean,
they're not going to bring enough people to their television sets to watch football.
Well, that part, I guess I don't know for sure, but I don't know exactly.
The figures are out there. I'm not saying that I do because nobody else does. I'm saying because I'm so smart. I'm just saying I can read television ratings.
Uh-huh. Well, but you're basing it, I think, on the recent history, right? You're not basing it necessarily on potential, what do you call it? The looking forward.
Well, the potential is there to a certain extent, and you bring up a good point because we're going back to not that the only people that would be watching Colorado football games would be in Colorado, but that would be a large majority of it, obviously. And they do play football close to a large media market. So, yeah, there's potential.
Well, anyway, without spending much more time on it, my opinion, which is really all it is, Mark, I just kind of think rather than like going through and like, I don't know what you call it other than cherry picking. That's what I think it is when you start picking teams out of why can't they just, is it really smart to start? Okay, so they get Florida State, Clemson, Georgia Tech, I guess you named. I don't remember exactly, North Carolina. probably wouldn't even stop there, would it? Wouldn't they kind of have to kind of take? I mean, can you just limit it to 3 or 4 teams from the ACC, or don't you have to kind of? I don't know. Just go.
Why would they have to go beyond that?
Well, I don't know how you can just do that. I mean, that's kind of, to me, that's like, I don't even know if that's even ethical, is it? We'll take Miami, Florida State, Clemson. We'll take, maybe BC, maybe,
So it's ethical to take the entire conference, but not.
Well, sure. I mean, I'm not saying either one's the greatest, but I'm just saying, we're going to take the best of what they have to offer. We're going to take the best of what the Pac-12 has to offer.
That's what. Why would they take the worst? Why would the Big Ten want the worst? They want the worst schools and the worst football teams?
Well, that's kind of, I don't know if that's kind of where I don't understand it. Why can't they just build their own brand? I don't quite understand why they have to go through and cherry pick everybody. And then they get the best of but who's to say that those are going to be the best 20 years from now? I mean, there's a guarantee that North Carolina, I mean, I know North Carolina is pretty good. Don't get me wrong.
Because in most ways, even though it's not exactly like running a business, these institutions are running football programs like they run a business. Okay.
Well, but like I said, Memphis, and maybe that's not the best example of Memphis, but Memphis is still pretty good, even though they've taken their coach a couple times. It's not like that left them high and dry to where they can't, So to me, it kind of tells me that they're maybe looking at it wrong. I guess it's okay, especially if the coach himself doesn't want to stay there. But, Miami, I was at Miami, I guess if Florida State took Memphis's coach away. And it actually, it wasn't until last year, I don't think that they finally looked like they were going to, up until last year, it didn't really look like it really did them a whole lot of good. But
as I see it, there are going to be 2 driving forces to expansion and realignment. One is going to be a punch counter punch sequence that we've already seen. The SEC is the best football playing conference and has been for 15 years. Okay. Yeah. The Big Ten watched the SEC add Oklahoma and Texas a year and a half ago, correct?
Right. Oh, sure.
So what did the Big Ten do?
Well, I understand what
USC and UCLA. So if this continues, then it's going to continue. Like if one of them sees the other one get too far out ahead and bring in monumental, significant football brands, then the other one's going to counter. That's one thing that I will predict is going to drive realignment and expansion. The other one would be just simply, as is in this case, the Big Ten or the SEC looking at schools that are interested and saying, do they add value to our conference?
I think if I remember correctly, I think the conversations were such that it really wasn't the SEC looking to as much as it was Texas and Oklahoma looking to.
Correct.
Okay. Well, I didn't know. I mean, that's what I thought I heard, but that's kind of how they justified it, was like, well, we really didn't reach out to anybody. They supposedly, I guess they were
supposedly.
Well, I don't know. I wouldn't know regardless, but
and if that had been Kansas and Iowa State, then the SEC, they weren't just adding schools just to add schools. They would have said, no, thank you.
Well, I guess it depends on what you mean by that, but
no, I'm saying if Kansas and Iowa State would have called the SEC and said, we want to join your conference, the SEC would have said, no, thank you. If they were polite. If they weren't, they might have just said, hell no, are you serious? Click.
Well, you don't think Kansas gives them anything?
On the basketball floor, of course they do, but that's not significant enough against the football situation.
Iowa State supposedly is a pretty good track and field school, I guess. I don't know if you knew that or not. They're like, well,
no idea.
Well, they are. They're really.
Unfortunately, that doesn't matter.
Oh. So they're just looking at it from the football angle, I guess.
First and foremost.
I know Iowa State wasn't as good last year, but the year before, I thought they were pretty good. Weren't they kind of in the hunt for the championship?
Yes, in 2020, they played in the Big 12 championship game. But again, they don't bring media markets.
No. But I guess my point is, I think they wouldn't necessarily be. You kind of made it like that would be like a addition by subtraction or something, and I'm not completely sure I agree with you on that. I think that
remind me again, because if Iowa State was that attractive, don't you think that they would be playing in the Big Ten?
Oh, well, that part I don't know. Probably, yeah, but they're not. I understand that. I understand what you're telling me. I do. I agree with you.
So I don't have all the answers, Chris. I'm just letting you know, and I'm just trying to be reasonable about what these conferences are looking at.
Oh, okay.
What they find important. Now, in what order and to what degree, I couldn't tell you that it's 48% money and it's 13% academic. I can't give you an exact formula. It varies, and it's a discussion, between 14 presidents and the commissioner, and
well,
they all have different criteria, and they have to put it all together to figure out as a consensus who they're going to add or not add.
Well, I think kind of what might be happening, because I'm not completely stupid. I think those schools that you talked about that were looking to join the Big 12, I think part of the reason they were looking to join the Big 12 is because they're not very good. I think that was, except for Utah. We know Utah's good, but the other three they're just not, just the fact they're not very good. I think that was part of why that was maybe, even though they said, well, they're the border schools or whatever, but I think part of it was that they're not very good, and they might not, who knows, they might not even be wanted in the Pac-12. I don't know. And I'm actually including Colorado, but
they are wanted by the Pac-12.
Oh, they are?
Yes.
But as far as their performance was really quite not very good, except for Utah.
Yes, their performance is not good. However, the Big 12 commissioner is the most transparent about all this compared to any other conference commissioner, and he has basically said, we are interested in expansion.
Okay.
And they are opening up their arms wide open. The reason that those schools may leave for the Big 12 is if they don't get the type of rights deal that they are anticipating. So the Pac-12, I don't know if you know this, the Pac-12 is the only conference of the five that currently does not have a media rights deal.
Oh, no, I didn't.
And some believe that if they don't get the type revenue back on this media rights deal that they're looking for, that there will be schools that will leave to go to the Big 12 or wherever they can go, and that would be the likely destination. Now, others believe, and I tend to be more in this boat, that media deal it's important, but it's not ultra important that it's going to force a school to leave the conference, because there are just so many other considerations.
Okay. Yeah, I can maybe understand that a little bit. I don't really know what goes into those sorts of decisions other than, I think if a program hasn't really proved itself, I think at that point they kind of become expendable, don't they? Colorado, I don't know that Colorado's ever, even when they were supposedly really good, that was like, I don't even know how long that was. That was like 2 or 3 years, maybe longer, but I guess it was longer than that. But the best they really got, I don't even know the year they won the national championship. It was disputed. It wasn't like, it was a clear, obvious. I think even you maybe didn't think they deserved it. If I remember correctly, didn't you kind of think they didn't really deserve it that season?
I don't believe they deserved it.
Well, I know, but I'm just saying it was regardless of whether they would have won it. The way I do it kind of is, I don't know that you don't like it, but they would have claimed a belt, which a belt really isn't really an official title anyway. But anyway,
let's
they
save
did claim
the belt discussion for another night, because we would have to explain that to everyone.
No, it doesn't make people mad. You know who has the belt now, don't you?
Let me think about this for a second. Hang on just a second. Can you tell me who had the belt at the end of the 21 season?
21?
Yes.
Not off the top of my head, no.
Oh, okay. Well, then I can't figure out who has the belt now.
Oh, well, it's Washington. But anyway, I know it's not, people probably don't like talking about it, but it's kind of fun to play with. They actually ended up being a better team, I think, than the team that went to the Rose Bowl. They finished higher in the rankings than Utah did. So, it is kind of fun to play with. You might not like it.
And Chris, now see, this is the first time we've agreed on this belt, because you know what you've said like 3 times? It's fun. I have no issue with it. It's great. It's fun.
I didn't say it was like meant anything. I just said it's something to play with. It's kind of
there have been times in the past, Chris, you've brought this belt argument to me like it's the end all be all championship.
I don't know that I really have done that. The championship Miami won in '83 was a belt. And the reason they won it is they beat Nebraska, who had it before they did. So that's one example. I mean, and that one's still, it's like even that season it was disputed. The Miami, Florida, the one where they beat on the Fumblerooski that lost, or they scored, but they didn't win sort of thing.
Yes.
Yeah, that was the one that was a belt championship that Miami won that year.
Yes, because Nebraska had the belt.
And in 1984, it wasn't BYU, it was UCLA won a belt. Okay. And they won it because they beat USC, I think, is who had it before they
lost a lot of people out there. But I will make this statement just to clarify on the belt. I'm not going to go through all the semantics, but basically it's taken from the process of awarding championship belts in boxing.
Similarly,
champion and you lose, then
lose the belt, right?
The boxer who defeated you gets the belt.
Sure.
So, all right, Chris, I've got another call or two coming in here.
Thanks, Mark.
I appreciate you stopping by. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Thanks, Chris. Our buddy Chris stopping by and promoting Colorado to the Big Ten. All right. Cole has this comment, and I couldn't wait to get at this one. Okay. Mark, but you've said that you think Stanford and Cal have a better chance to join the Big Ten than Oregon and Washington. Yes, I do. Way more people watch Oregon and Washington. Yes, that's not the only component in the formula. That's a big component, but Stanford, Cole, Stanford, the Big Ten, Stanford, the Big Ten, who has a higher academic ranking collectively than any conference, athletic conference outside the Ivy League, Stanford and Cal. Do I need to explain past that? Stanford and Cal. Now, if the Big Ten approves of Oregon and Washington's applications and they join the conference, am I going to be shocked? No, I'm not going to be shocked. I just believe that Stanford and Cal are more highly regarded and position themselves because of the academic prowess to be in a better position to join the Big Ten and would be more attractive targets for the Big Ten. Oregon and Washington have already been put on hold, and I have not, at the time when I had a better grasp on all this going on after USC and UCLA were added to the Big Ten, I pretty much had my argument points of boom, boom, boom. This is what must be happening with this Oregon-Washington application with the Big Ten. But right now, I would love for somebody to tell me what could possibly be the Big Ten strategy in holding off. Why would you, if you found two schools / football programs / athletic programs that were that valuable to add to your conference, why would you put up a big hand in their faces for 7 or 8 months to say, hold on, we'll get back to you at some point? Why would you do that? You wouldn't do that. Yes, Stanford trumps all of them. And Cal, we could have an argument because the football is so bad and has been so bad, and they've really not been really good since a couple years with Aaron Rodgers, and then right after Rodgers, 2006 was the last really good Cal team that could have played in the Rose Bowl. And the last time I believe Cal won the Pac-12 championship, it was the Pac-8 in 1959. Now, they tied for the Pac-12 championship, the Pac-10 championship in 2006. So I don't want to take away their shared championship. So that's a debate, Cal against Oregon and Washington. But I believe that those four would be ranked Stanford, Cal, Washington, Oregon. Now, as football programs, right this second, you rank them Oregon, Washington, and then a huge drop, Stanford, Cal. Does it really matter? They both suck. But we have seen Stanford was playing in the Pac-12 championship game 5 years ago. Stanford was winning 10, 11, 12 games between 2010 and 15. 6 consecutive seasons that Stanford was an extremely strong football brand. All right, let's take our next call right here at the Voice of College Football. Who's on the line? Hello?
Hey,
Hello?
how you doing, Mark?
I am doing just fine. What's going on?
Yeah, this is Wild Ute. I'm calling here to make a 6-point argument on why the Big Ten should consider the University of Utah
Okay,
for inclusion.
awesome.
And before that, yeah, and I want to kind of answer a question that you just threw out too, on why the Big hasn't invited Oregon or Washington, and why wait and push that off for multiple months down the line, possibly multiple years. And I think there's just a lack of alignment in the Big Ten right now amongst the large brands, the smaller brands. I don't think there is complete alignment on expansion, just like in the Pac right now. So I think that, to me, that's the answer to the question.
Well, that's a great point. Yeah, you have to have something. You don't have to have a consensus, but they want a consensus, and you've got 14 different schools looking at 14 different something close to the same priorities, but they don't always align. No, it's a great point. And I
So
think
we'll
that was
we'll
one
see
of
what
my bullet
happens
points that I forgot from way back when.
with that. In Utah's entry into the Big is difficult. Acknowledged, you already mentioned Stanford, Cal, Washington, and Oregon are higher in the pecking order. But if I were pitching the University of Utah to the Big Ten, these would be the points. Okay, so point number one, you're entering into a new market. The Salt Lake City market is growing, organically growing, and I think right now it's probably 30th ranked population, but we have one of the highest growth rates. So this city and this state is going to continue growing into the future. So I think that population-wise is actually a good investment. So point number one,
And
new market.
unlike the Denver market connected to Colorado, I think I'm stating this correctly, that it's very engaged in Utah football.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah, exactly. And then that's coming down the line here. So
Yep.
point number one, market, new market for Big. Point number two, historical, especially in the last 20 years, football success. Fiesta Bowl 2004, Sugar Bowl 2008. You've been before the past 5 Pac-12 championships, and now you're back-to-back Pac-12 champs.
Mm-hmm.
So the Utah brand is top 15, crouching around the top 10. And in football, is the driver of realignment. So football success historically too over the last 20 years. That's point number two.
Is Utah a top 10 football brand? Okay.
So
You-
top
You're in the
success
range.
wise.
You're in the range. I shouldn't get nitpicky. Keep going. That makes total sense. I'm right there with
I'm
you.
just talking about wins and losses,
Yes.
rankings, and everything.
Yep.
I don't think Utah's a top 25 brand name. No, that's not the point. It's just football on-field success.
Performance. Okay.
Performance.
Yep.
Okay, so point three, and this is kind of an interesting one. To me, it makes sense. I mean, someone could challenge this, and maybe it wouldn't. Maybe you can push back on this, but geographically, I think that it's a fit too, especially because it's between LA and Lincoln and all the other Big Ten schools. So I think that it's almost like a pit stop to get to Salt Lake City to go to LA. So it might actually help travel wise.
Somebody would have to break down for me a practical situation in which that helps. It's not like a baseball team is going to take a pit stop in Utah for the weekend. I guess they could on their way from LA to the Midwest.
That one's a little bit. Yeah, I'm not 100% certain about that, but I've thought about that, and I guess logically it's right smack in the middle. So I mean, something to explore.
Yeah,
Anyway,
I don't know if that is true, but it's worth investigating. So that's a point that I certainly think is possibly a big benefit that just doesn't get discussed.
Going to point four here, Utah has a rabid fan base that supports the football team. Sometimes maybe too rabid, especially on Twitter. But Utah fans like the football. 10 games, multiple sellouts for 10 plus years at Rice-Eccles Stadium. Stadium was expanded just within the last 2 years. So you've got the fan base that supports football. Point number 5, Utah is the flagship university in the state of Utah, which is something the Big likes. And the last point, Utah has AAU status, which is another thing that's not going to be a disqualifier for the Big, but it's actually something that they probably prefer to bring AAU members in outside of Notre Dame.
Those are all, aside from the possible pit stop, I would have to have, again, it proven to me that is meaningful, but I think it's worth exploring. I think that it could be by somebody that has a more logistical mind than I do right this second. But other than that, the other 5 can't be debated. We can debate a football brand versus a football performance on the field, but sticking to strictly performance on the field, absolutely. The other 5 points are right in line with what the Big Ten would want.
Yes, and so really kind of stack ranking those 6, especially 5 points, I guess, 5, maybe 6. Looking at versus Stanford, Cal, Washington, and Oregon. I mean, Oregon and Washington would still have stronger resumes per se. But Cal is an interesting one. I mean, Cal has the academics. They're in California, Northern California. I think Utah is actually a pretty good challenger for Cal.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying that Utah's going to, jump ahead of Oregon, Washington, or even Stanford if they chose to, play big boy football in the future, which is the debate right now with the NIL scenario going on. I think that Cal's the one that really can Utah jump ahead of Cal and possibly get an invite this go around in the future. I think it's improbable, but it's not impossible.
I see where, according to the U.S. News and World Report, that Utah is number 105 in public university rankings. We looked at those academic rankings a couple of weeks ago with our guy, Tony Altamore, and, really the entire Pac-12 from an academic standpoint fits within the range of Big Ten academic rankings. So really no one is an outlier. Now, some of them bring so much prestige and so many academic resources, Stanford being the one, that becomes a plus in the plus column, a pros versus cons huge check mark, versus some other ones are just they fit, they work, they're well within that academic standing. Yep.
I think that Oregon's sitting at 105 too in the rankings. I think University of Arizona's there, but yeah, Utah is not Cal Berkeley. It's not Stanford, and that's definitely not a winning argument right there. But I think the other points are compelling. Again, fat chance probably, but there still might be. So we'll see what happens.
Well, if you ever wanted to set up a meeting with, I can't think of his name, Tony Petiti, the new Big Ten commissioner, and go to bat for the Utes, I think you might be the guy to do it.
Thanks, Mark. Take care.
Sure. Thanks for the call. Appreciate that. That all made perfect sense. There was nothing that I could poke a hole in. And it's even sustained football success. Of course, only about 10 years has come in the Power 5 level, but wow, has Utah shown that its elevation to the Power 5 and its football success prior to that and its opportunities against the likes of Pitt, Alabama, and others at the Power 5 level was not a fluke, because it took maybe 2 seasons to adjust to Pac-12 level of play, trying to bolster the roster, and they've taken off. They joined the conference, I believe, in 2012, and they were extremely competitive starting in about 14 and put in really good seasons. Then they got over the hump here in the last 2 years after what? 2 failed Pac-12 championship game appearances against Washington in 16, and it must have been Washington in 18 and Oregon in 19. That's what it was. And then here are the last 2 Pac-12 championship games, and they came extremely close to winning a Rose Bowl 2 years ago. Over the last 5 football seasons, roughly, I'm not speaking exactly 2018 through 2022, but roughly the 5-year range. How many football programs have been better than Utah? 2 out of the Big Ten, maybe 3. Maybe 3. I'll put Penn State in there just because they play in a tougher conference and had to get by the other 2. And I don't even know if Michigan is better than Utah in the last 5 or 6 years. So maybe it's just Ohio State out of the Big Ten. And it's Alabama. It's Georgia. That's it out of the SEC. Consistently the last 5 or 6 years. Sure, LSU for 1 year. And you could argue level of play in the SEC. Would Texas A&M have been a Pac-12 champion in certain years? Would Florida have been a Pac-12 champion under Dan Mullen? Maybe, because there is a disparity between the 2 conferences. But just looking at wins and losses and getting to championship level play, whether that be in the conference or extending to the playoff, Georgia, Alabama, Ohio State, Clemson, Oklahoma have been better, clearly. Notre Dame on the same level, Penn State on the same level, LSU because of 2019 on the same level, but otherwise not. Oregon on the same level. That's your short list. That's it. Oklahoma State. No conference championships. 7-6 season last year. Yeah, it's a short list for Utah. Just performance on the field the last roughly 5 seasons. It's impressive. Cole coming back here. Oh, that's the same super chat that we addressed earlier. Erica, thank you so much for that. Still waiting for a compelling reason. Well, Erica, you just have to get familiar with the caller, Chris. Chris is awesome. He is passionate about his viewpoints, but I do my best to keep him on track in regards to what are we talking about. Understand that you can't just make things up and kind of wish things into existence, that you have to have a compelling reason. You have to have a business reason. Chris, for example, approached us with a conference realignment measure a couple months ago that was fun, that was sensical geographically, but in terms of what's going on with college football right now, and in terms of why conferences and schools make decisions, it was completely irrational. All right. A lot of comments. Couple interesting items surrounding Big Ten teams over the past week. Of course, we talked about Casey Thompson entering the transfer portal. Where could Casey Thompson possibly land? Just a strange situation there. Very fluid situation, obviously, because Casey Thompson led the Big 12 in touchdown passes in 21, transferred to Nebraska, was clearly the starting quarterback. no competition, no questions asked, nailed it, was the starting quarterback, had a good season, got injured late, still is recovering from shoulder surgery, but was clearly the best quarterback on the roster. Even when they added Jeff Sims, who had his issues and struggles at Georgia Tech, many of them coaching related, many of them talent disparity, talent lacking around him. I thought that this set up for a interesting quarterback competition, but I still, at the outset, considered Casey Thompson to be the better quarterback. However, the more I thought about the Jeff Sims running component, the more I heard about how he was performing in spring practice, the more I considered that Casey Thompson was not on the field in the spring to compete for his job. And then watching Jeff Sims in the spring game, and I was trying not to, I was holding back about gushing too much about Jeff Sims. But I watched him in the spring game operate the offense, and it took until the fourth quarter before I saw Jeff Sims make a mistake and throw a bad pass. He was on point, running the offense against a vanilla defense, of course, but running the offense, delivering the ball on time, going to the right guy, making the right decision, putting the ball on his target. It was clean. It was a Jeff Sims, and I didn't watch as much spring football this year as I typically do. Typically, I record everything and watch everyone, and I just couldn't put myself through it. I couldn't go back and watch the Minnesota spring game 3 days later, and I usually do those sorts of things. But too much going on here. So I didn't watch as much spring football as I typically do. However, I would say in watching Michigan, Penn State, Ohio State, North Carolina State to a certain extent, Auburn, Georgia, Oklahoma, and whomever else I may have picked up along the way here and there, Michigan State, that Jeff Sims was the best quarterback. I'm not saying he's the best quarterback. He was the best quarterback and turned in the best quarterback performance of anyone that I saw in spring football on that particular day. So now we've got Casey Thompson in the transfer portal. Okay, let's think of likely destinations. The first one that comes to mind for any decent quarterback who then becomes available, Auburn. Robbie Ashford, TJ Finley, Casey Thompson, Auburn. Florida. Graham Mertz is the starter right now. And they've got nothing behind Graham Mertz that is pushing him. So Florida, Auburn. Northwestern, over the past 2 or 3 seasons, I don't know that Casey Thompson would want to go to Northwestern and put up with that mess. And folks, if we are attacking each other personally, making personal attacks, I have not seen those, but let's there is just no reason to do that. Let's argue football. Let's do that. All right, let's talk some Huskers. We got Cole on the line. Cole, what's going on?
How are you, Mark?
I'm doing well. Appreciate you being here. What's going on?
I just thought I'd add some insight to the Casey Thompson
Absolutely
portal. I was surprised when I saw it, but after I thought about it, not surprised at all. Like you said, Sims was apparently had a great spring, according to all the coaches, all media. Casey, this is his last year of eligibility, as everybody knows. This is just my opinion. I don't know this for sure, but I feel like he wanted Rule to tell him it's his job going into the fall. And Rule said, I can't guarantee that. Sims had a really good spring. He played really well in the spring game. And Casey said, well, I got to go. I got to go somewhere I can be guaranteed QB1. And I believe that'll be Auburn, in my opinion. Because when he entered the portal at Texas, it was between Nebraska and Auburn at that time. So he already has a relationship there. Obviously, new coaching staff, but I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, I don't know if you heard me say Auburn right out of the gate as well.
I didn't hear that.
TJ Finley, Robbie Ashford does not equal SEC starting quarterback play until proven otherwise. So I said Auburn. Then my second team that came to mind was Florida.
Yeah. Michigan State now. Maybe.
Michigan State.
What do you think happened there with Thorne? And that blew me away because I don't know who their quarterback was challenging him.
Noah Kim.
Has he played before?
He's been on campus a long time. No, he's not played much. He's played a little bit when Peyton Thorne's gotten banged up. But yeah, that's a mystery to me in terms of Jaden Reed got drafted. Keon Coleman is clearly the number one receiver on the team.
He dips. I bet he goes to probably USC or Ohio State, I'm guessing.
Well, I don't know where they're going to play him. I don't know that he's that good. Maybe he is. Maybe with that kind of opportunity and that kind of offense. But I don't know that he's going to go somewhere like that. Wouldn't he go somewhere where he would want to be the number one guy, although he was already at that place? Maybe he knew that Peyton Thorne was leaving and didn't think that he didn't have confidence in the quarterbacks behind him to get him the ball. But I don't know why Peyton Thorne would leave, other than I know in watching the Michigan State spring game and, checking in on that quarterback competition, it was not determined that Thorne was definitely the starter, and maybe that rubbed him the wrong way. He thought he had earned it.
So kind of the same way with Casey, I'd say.
Yeah.
And Rule has said before, the Nebraska offense is going to be old school with a running quarterback, with RPOs, fullback. I mean, I don't know. I know you watched most of the spring game, but that's what they did. I mean, they were under center, running the ball a lot, and he wants a quarterback that can get out and run. And with our offensive line, their quarterback's going to have to. So,
if it were just up to me watching football, I love a pocket passer. Give me Drew Bledsoe all day.
Yeah, me too. If you have an offensive line that can, and we do not have an awesome.
But that's me watching football. If my job was on the line and I was coaching, there are so many advantages to having a running quarterback. So many advantages.
So I watched the draft, obviously.
Yep.
And you know who reminds me of Jeff Sims? Like mirror image.
Hang on.
Think about it.
That was drafted this year.
Yep.
Mirror image of Jeff Sims. Am I going to go this lofty?
It's not. I'm just going to wait for you to guess. But I mean, they're pretty much identical.
Is the quarterback that was drafted way better? They just remind you of, sometimes you can make a comparison, but one's a poor man's version of the other.
As far as athleticism, size, arm strength. Come on, Mark. Don't think too hard.
I was going to say CJ Stroud.
No.
Anthony Richardson?
Yes. Absolutely.
Well, he was the first one that came to mind, and then I thought, really, is Jeff Sims that great of an athlete?
He runs a 4.4. He runs a 4.440, Rules said. That's what Anthony Richardson ran, I'm pretty sure.
Sure.
And Sims has a cannon. I mean, he could launch it he doesn't have to, at the spring game, he had a couple deep shots. It doesn't even look like he was putting any effort behind it when he threw it. But I'd say, Anthony Richardson's probably 6'4", 220, and that's what Jeff Sims is. I'd say they're pretty much identical. And honestly, their production is not that much different.
No, their production isn't much different. No, barely over a 1-to-1 ratio, TDs to picks, a low 50% thrower. But Jeff Sims obviously had to walk on the field every week in the ACC with inferior talent around him, typically.
So I heard some people talking about Georgia Tech was transitioning offenses. I don't pay attention to Georgia Tech. Can you kind of explain that?
So Paul Johnson came from Navy, and ran a triple option at Georgia Tech successfully. He went to Orange Bowls, went to ACC championship games, had a really good run at Georgia Tech. Well, when Jeff Collins came in 2019, yeah, he was putting in a typical read option RPO style college offense. And Jeff Sims was the first quarterback that he had. And pretty much Jeff Sims, except for when he was injured, was the quarterback during Jeff Collins' entire run there at Georgia Tech. But are you talking about the next coach?
No, I was talking about like what Sims went through while he was there. Some people said he's like in the middle of the change, and he kind of never really got it.
He went through having them turn over the roster from having linemen who cut blocked and recruiting and signing fullbacks and all of that style offense to just a standard college approach. Yeah,
Nebraska on Monday last week had 6 scholarship quarterbacks, and today they have 3. So
yeah, I know.
We were talking about
Jeff Sims might be the guy. That might be great as long as he stays healthy. But you would want one guy that is really rock solid as your backup.
Chubba Purdy's not good at all.
No.
The other one's Heinrich Harburg, and he hasn't played a snap. And Mark Whipple wrote him off. Like, he didn't even travel to Michigan State last year. The new staff likes him a lot, but as far as anything, he hasn't really done anything at all here. But that's the 3. So.
Yeah, that's the day and age in which we live.
I was pretty bummed about this, but true freshman running back A.J. Allen entered the portal last night.
Did he?
He's going to be a really good running back for whoever gets him. I think he'll go Power 5. I'm not sure. He broke his collarbone in the Oklahoma game, but he is going to be a really good running back. So I don't know what schools are looking at him, but I was really bummed when he left. But we have like a really deep running back room right now, so I'm sure he just felt like he could go somewhere else and play more.
Absolutely. I did not see that.
I think, let me look up his stats real quick.
And I check that portal 3 or 4 times a day, but apparently that got away from me yesterday.
He had 33 attempts for 190 yards, 6 yards a carry average. And he was like, we had Anthony Grant, who was good, and he was about to overtake him when he broke his collarbone. So.
Yeah, so it goes Grant, Irvin. Who am I missing next?
Ramir Johnson.
Oh, Ramir Johnson. Yeah.
And then AJ. Like in the spring game, AJ was with the 2s offense, and the rest of them were with the 1s. So it must have just not been clicking. And I know he had a concussion for part of spring, so he didn't practice for like a week. And then he was on his Instagram posting videos of him dunking the basketball, and everybody's like, why are you dunking the basketball when you're not practicing? So it's kind of like a situation where we kind of saw it coming, but he waited till the last second to actually enter the portal.
Okay. Happenings in Lincoln.
And you said the defense was kind of vanilla in the spring game. I thought the complete opposite. I thought Tony White was being ruthless to
Was he?
the offense.
Okay, maybe I was just assuming too much there. Maybe not necessarily remembering what I saw 2 weeks ago, but just thinking, okay, what is the standard defensive approach?
He blitzes a lot. I mean, we're going to run the 3-3-5, which is, for people that don't know, it's like what TCU ran last year and gave Michigan a lot of troubles. But it's basically a defense for people that don't have a bunch of big bodies like Georgia, Alabama, all the big defensive linemen, and we just can't get them here. We don't have very many. So
Matt Rule really took the approach that we're going to cut the defense loose, let them play legitimate defense, and we're also going to let the quarterback get hit.
Yeah, you know whose spring game it reminded me of was Georgia's. I mean, Georgia's spring game was, I mean, they were hitting each other, and Matt Rule took that same approach. I mean, in all honesty, Nebraska has no reason to try and save anybody. We've won, 7 games the past 2 years. I mean, nobody's that valuable, I don't think. I think Matt Rule understands that, and we obviously need to be a more physical team. So
Yeah.
he's saying and doing all the right things. So whether that translates to wins, I don't know, but we'll see, I guess.
Well, he's got a track record, but the last guy did too. So.
I am worried about Satterfield, though. I don't know how I feel about him as the OC. But
Maybe I'm forgetting. Where did Mark Whipple go?
nowhere. He hasn't been hired anywhere. I think he retired.
Okay. Because I thought that was a great addition.
Oh, yeah. Talk about a game last year in the Nebraska-Michigan game. Mark Whipple gets taken out on the sideline. We're with our backup quarterback. The backup quarterback gets hurt, so we go to our backup quarterback.
Yeah.
Whipple's like not even to be seen. We have somebody random that's never called plays before calling plays, and all of a sudden he comes back up, hobbling into the stands on the other side, and he starts calling them all of a sudden. Oh my God, it was a crap show last year.
Well, once Casey Thompson got hurt, and then Trey Palmer was rendered useless.
I couldn't believe O'Shawn Mathis got picked before Trey Palmer in the draft. That blew my mind. I could not believe that Trey Palmer didn't get drafted higher than he was. He's 6th round, late pick.
It was not a great wide receiver draft either.
I don't know if I agree with that. There's how many receivers?
In terms of top end talent, it wasn't.
Yeah. Receivers it's just so hard to be a receiver draft pick if you're in that like mid-grade range, because there's like 30 of them with all the same grade. So
yeah, and that's why we saw 3 come off the board in a row when the first one came off the board.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Cole, anything else?
When you do you think, so Nebraska starts the season at Minnesota on Thursday night and then goes to Colorado. Do you think Nebraska will start off with 2 wins? How do you think the beginning of the year will go with Rule?
I think that if you're a betting man, then you play the percentages and you say that they're 1-1 after 2 games.
With a loss, who do you think is more likely? Probably Minnesota.
Yeah, but I do think that they're more likely to be 2-0 than 0-2. I will say that as well.
Hopefully. Be a nice change for once. I remember the last time we started off 2-0 in a season.
When was that?
Before Frost. Had to have been, I think.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
So, yeah. And then when do we play Maryland? Can you scroll down on there?
Maryland game is coming up on November 11th.
That'll be an interesting one. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a difficult stretch drive, but it's not, there are no elite teams there, but it's just everybody's tough the last 5 weeks, 4 to 5 weeks.
All right, so we got Northwestern win, Purdue win, Michigan State toss up, Maryland toss up, Wisconsin. I think Wisconsin's going to shoot himself in the foot with Phil Longo, but I don't know. Their defense is going to be really good with Fickle and all their talent. Iowa win, of course. I mean, beat them last year with half our roster hurt.
Okay, calling it out already.
I'm just saying that so Erica can get mad.
Yes, you and Erica can go at it. Absolutely. Love it.
Well, talk to you later.
Cole.
See ya.
Appreciate it. There we go. Talking up the Huskers here at the Voice of College Football on our Big Ten live show. We come your way each and every Monday at 6 Eastern. We carry it on through to about 10 p.m. Eastern, or whenever John D'Adamo wants to close up shop. John takes over for me at 8 Eastern time. I head on over to the USC channel to talk up the Trojans at 11 p.m. Eastern, 8 Pacific with Matt Zemek from Trojans Wire. And we have some exciting news to break tonight in a couple different areas on the USC channel. So catch us later tonight. I also thought that there were some interesting comments coming down on the comments section to the videos this week. So we've released a number of videos. Please catch the series that we've done if you enjoy this kind of stuff, where we are looking at various teams that are rumored to be joining the realignment fray. And so we've looked at the various Pac-12 schools that have been talked about going to the Big 12 or going to the Big 10, and we've sized them up, recent results against that particular conference. So check out the videos. They're fun. Oregon, Washington against the Big 12, those two schools against the Big 10, the Arizona schools, Colorado, Utah against the Big 12, because again, that's the rumor that those are the likely destinations if things fall apart in the Pac-12. Now we are headed east and looking at those top-notch, top-tier ACC schools and how they have fared against the Big 10 and how they project forward faring in the Big 10. And so we have cut some videos looking at Clemson against the Big 10. We will look at Miami and Florida State against the Big 10 and those three schools against the SEC. We'll probably throw in North Carolina and Virginia since there's a lot of excitement there about those possibilities. Georgia Tech as well, rumored to be an interesting target of the Big 10 / the SEC. And of course, Notre Dame. I really had to go to work on Notre Dame because, as you can imagine, if you're looking at a particular school's number of games against another conference over the course of, we're going back to the year 2000. It's usually 10 or 12, 15 games. But once I dove into Notre Dame against the Big 10, Notre Dame has played Big 10 schools 83 times since the year 2000. So a lot of good data points, but a lot of games for me to go through. 83 games against the Big 10. Of course, for years and years and years, it was Notre Dame every year against Michigan, Michigan State, and Purdue. There's a number of Notre Dame games against Penn, against Northwestern, and they've played Ohio State 3 times since the year 2000. And I think that's about it. 1 game against Penn State, 1 game against Maryland, a couple games against Rutgers. They played Rutgers in, I believe, Brian Kelly's bowl debut against, Kelly was at Notre Dame. All right. Next up, we'll go to some of these comments. Let's do a little mailbag here until somebody calls me. So we've got Mark commenting to Mark. Interesting, you did a Clemson segment. They were on my earliest list, but then I reassigned them or resigned myself that the Big Ten expansion would only come out west. And that it would be Notre Dame or North Carolina, but they'll probably prove me wrong and maybe shock me. Yes, I am not making prediction videos here. These are not predictions of who is going to be joining these conferences. We've done that elsewhere. I have sized up these schools and these football programs and these athletic departments against the field. And please check out those videos. I should probably just put a different name and title on them and just throw them back out there, because when Oklahoma and Texas joined the SEC, when I proposed before it happened, BYU, Houston, UCF, and Cincinnati to the Big 12, I sized up the field. I did all the comparisons of television markets, football brands, football performance, athletic department performance, academic standing, all of that, and made those videos and created that. And that's out there. This is simply if Clemson joined the Big Ten. how would they fare in the Big Ten if Florida State joined the Big Ten, if Florida State joined the SEC. And so people seem to like this series, so we will continue to do it. So elsewhere here in the comments section, dislike button believes we, meaning Clemson, would absolutely wreck the Big Ten. Really? Okay. I don't see it that way. I believe Clemson would be a major force in the Big Ten. Of course, we've got the various stages of Dabo Swinney's tenure at Clemson. There was the build, there was the surge, there was the dominance, and now they have started to slide. That's obvious. They have started to slide. Are they going to reverse the slide, stop the slide, and retain their spot as an elite in college football? Mark is commenting here. Remember the Beano Cook, Penn State, Nebraska predictions and pre-Big Ten records. Clemson foolish to leave the ACC where it has a 50-50. There's just too much to weed through this. Sorry, Mark. I can't go through the hieroglyphics. Tar Heel, this realignment is about pure possibly athletic money not getting to the playoffs. Hawkeye says, I'm sure given the money, Clemson would prefer a home in either the Big Ten or the SEC, but there is a big fat lady in the way. That's grant of rights. We discussed that. We've discussed that all over the place. So we have covered our bases on that. This video series is not about that. I still haven't seen any plausible way to work around it, which is why nothing has happened. 8 teams voting to dissolve the conference would do it, but why would any team vote to dissolve the ACC and not have a landing in either the SEC or the Big Ten? I don't see either conference adding 4 teams, but it is possible. Once you get past 6 ACC teams, it is hard to justify any school over in Oregon or Stanford. Okay, I can't disagree with any of that necessarily. I can't imagine that Miami, Florida State, or Clemson are concerned about a landing spot, or North Carolina. Now, will the landing spot be where they want it to be if they have a preference of either the Big Ten or the SEC? Tar Heel comes back to say a number of viable public policy challenges to the grant of rights only takes one challenger, but the more the greater the chances of success. Given location and nature of the ACC, they have higher relative value to the Power 2. Most of the ACC teams of the Power 2 interest are founders. Okay. Adam, who cares about player average when it comes to recruiting? I care. Others care. It means something. Does it mean everything? No. But look at it this way. If 2 schools are going to eventually sign the same number of players, 25, but right now, one of them has a better recruiting ranking because they have received commits from, let's say, 15 players, and the other one 10 players, but the school with 10 players has a higher per average ranking, then there is a higher probability, far higher probability that's lower rated team, lower ranked team overall in the recruiting rankings, but that has the higher player value per player is eventually going to catch and surpass the other school. Follow me? Like if they both recruit exactly the same the rest of the way, then the school that only has 10 commits but higher commits is going to catch and surpass the school that has 15 commits and has a better overall ranking, but the lower per player value. if you don't care about player average, then you shouldn't care about recruiting at all or recruiting rankings. Do you care about recruiting rankings, Adam? If you do, then you should care about the player average rating. Michigan's last 3 classes, and look at the success they've had on the field with those 3 classes. They weren't top 5, but they are coming off back-to-back conference titles and 2 ass kickings of Ohio State while they had higher ranked players. Yes, we know that. We know that the higher ranked team doesn't always win the game on the field. Bruce, thank you for that positive comment there. Jesus is Lord. He does save those who come to him in repentance. Halo Master, my apologies. Halo Master 96, Clemson will die in the Big Ten. Well, that's a bit of an overstatement based on current status of the program. Mr. Monkey says Oregon may be the top program in the Big 12, but that said, Oregon's been 2-2 against the Big 12. Okay, that's not a large sample size. They lost to Iowa State and TCU. They beat Kansas State and Oklahoma State. Okay. God of Glory, King of Honor Ministries. Ohio State would love to smack Dabo around every year. I don't believe they would get in the Big Ten because of academics. That is certainly a point. This comment right here is reminding me that I did not do a video on the offensive tackle from San Diego State, Josh Simmons, who has joined Ohio State. I mean to get to all the transfer portal editions of all the team channels that we have and also the high school commits. Didn't do that, though, and did not do the latest USC commit because, of course, we've got a show coming up tonight. Muck Fishigan from McClay. And, that's certainly a popular statement there. Rather intelligent, needed, necessary, certainly provides for a lot of good, intelligent conversation. Daniel, if any of the 4 stars move up to 5 stars, they'll get sweeter offers and they'll decommit, meaning the Michigan commits. If they move up to 5 stars, they'll get sweeter offers. I don't know that Michigan's top players. So take the quarterback, Jaden Davis, out of the mix. The other guys are 4 stars. Their offer lists are pretty well stacked. They're not going to get sweeter offers. They're already getting offers from Georgia, Alabama, Ohio State, etc. The Donatello Network believes that Phil Knight is trying to buy his way into the Big Ten with trying to give the conference a lucrative apparel deal like they have with the NFL with no tier restrictions. That means top flight money, top flight gear. Money is going to be so outrageous. Maryland will fall in line. Alex has comments concerning divisions that seems to be a little bit too involved for us to get to right now. We talked about Notre Dame joining the Big Ten. Yes, we did with our buddy John Kennedy from Always Irish. And I'm going to do a Notre Dame, as I mentioned just a few minutes ago, even though it's 83 games long, I'm going to do a Notre Dame breakdown against the Big Ten, what the Irish have done against that conference over the last 20 plus years, and then also how Notre Dame would fare in the Big Ten now and going forward. Sean says, Dabo can't even dominate the ACC. Hello? Hello, Sean. Where have you been? Sean, hello. Sean, are you watching college football? Sean, where did that comment come from? That comment makes no sense. It's not based in any such fact. Dabo can't even dominate the ACC. By some measures, Clemson just had its worst season since 2014. It could be argued, even though they basically had the same record that they did the year before. They just did not win the conference the year before, but they looked better on the field late in the season. So Clemson may have just fielded its worst football team since 2014. And even that team probably was better because Deshaun Watson got hurt and that derailed that 2014 team. So it might have been the worst Clemson team since 2010. So anyway, the worst Clemson team in a long time went 9-0 against the ACC. If there's any coach in America who has proven that they can dominate a conference, it's Dabo Swinney. There is not a coach in America, Nick Saban included, that has dominated a conference over a long period of time as much as Dabo Swinney has. Say what you will about what you're projecting going forward. Say what you will about what has been the flaws in Clemson's program to be seen over the last two football seasons. I get it. I'm right there with you. But Dabo Swinney, I will debate this with anyone, has dominated the ACC more than any other current coach has dominated a conference. Nick Saban did not win the SEC this year. Nick Saban did not win the SEC in 2019 or in 2017 or in 2013 or 2011 or 2010. What are we going with here? Football appearances. First round wins, national championships, 2015 through 23. Why are we? Oh, that must be 2014 season. First round wins, ACC 9. ACC 9? Oh, including Notre Dame. Tar Heel. Problem here. You've got an issue there. Unless you're just taking Notre Dame in the 2020 season. Okay. Regardless, Notre Dame never won a first round game, so it doesn't even matter. They're inconsequential in that statement, in that compilation of numbers, because Notre Dame's been in the playoff twice and they lost both times. So first round wins, whatever. Natties. I'm not understanding. Oh, football. I'm sorry. I missed the first one. Football appearances, first round wins, natties. And hopefully, Tar Heel, you are only including Notre Dame in 2020, not the other time they made the playoff. They were not in the ACC. So this playoff's been around for 9 seasons, and Clemson has made it 6 times. And Florida State once, and Notre Dame once. Okay. So that should be 8. Okay. So Tar Heel is sizing up, yes, the ACC against the Big Ten in the playoff, showing that the ACC has been more successful in the playoff than the Big Ten. Yes, you're right. Even though that's really 7, 4, and 2, and it's really razor close. But the ACC, because of Clemson, yes, the Big Ten's a much better conference. But hey, your numbers are there to be seen. NJ2MD dude. The ACC grant of rights doesn't expire until 36. Clemson not going anywhere like every other ACC school, perhaps 2035. I don't know about that. What I find interesting in all of that, and it's not going to be an interesting point to be seen until a long time from now, is what is the ACC planning on doing between now and D-Day? Let's say the ACC does hold it together for the next 13 years, what are they going to do over the next 13 years to improve the conditions of their schools, their football programs, of their member schools, to make sure that they stay? What are they going to do? I don't know what they can do to increase the value. Like, if I were the ACC commissioner, and I'm just spitballing right this second, my thought process would be much more measured and researched than this. But the first thing that comes to mind would be, I would go to ESPN, Fox, anyone who wants to talk to me concerning a major rights deal before this one expires. And I would say, what does our next contract look like? Give me some numbers. Give me some numbers. Because I've got to sell my current schools on what our next contract is going to look like before they do too much talking to the SEC and the Big Ten. I've got to be able to come back with them and say, hey, it's going to be okay. We weathered it. We got through. It's almost 2036. Let's say it's 2032 at this point. We've almost gotten through this, and our deal is going to be amazing. And here it is. Let's meet with ESPN. Let's meet with Fox. I would meet with them first to make sure that what Fox and ESPN is going to tell my member presidents is what I want them to hear. Got some college baseball talk there in the chat. Appreciate everybody being here at the Voice of College Football. Thanks for joining our Big Ten live show. Just continue through the comments here. Oregon to the Big 12. Our guy, Keith Moore, says, I believe the Clemson, Florida State, UNC, and Miami are all headed to the Big Ten. The Big Ten is the largest TV deal, and they also have more research funding opportunities on the academic side. The next couple of months are going to be interesting. I can't wait. The suspense is killing me. Sounds like something we should be talking about more. All good stuff there. All good stuff there. I thought I might run into the Michigan fan who was hot and bothered about me saying that Ohio State performed better over the last 50 to 70 years, but I've not run into that comment yet. Jason tells us that the Big 12 has no interest in Oregon. Washington may have an outside chance, but I doubt it. The only school the Big 12 would invite is Stanford. Okay, who is this person? Jason. Oh, he's a Kansas fan. He believes that the Big 12 has no interest in Oregon or Washington. Am I reading that right? Did he substitute a 0 for a 2? Should that read Big 1-0? Has no interest in... Wait a minute. Come on. Jason, can you hear me out there? Jason, call the show. Big 12 has no interest in Oregon. Washington may have an outside chance, but I doubt it. The Big 12 would invite Stanford, and I'm sure Stanford would be mighty happy to receive a Big 12 invite. Okay. If Clemson could leave, they would have left already, not if they had not received any invitations. They are stuck, and rumors are not going to change that dynamic. I don't know why the Big Ten would prefer Clemson over Oregon or Washington. The money gets less for the big schools if they add Clemson, so it's dead on arrival. Why would it decrease the value any more with Clemson than it would for Oregon or Washington? Moff Prof wants a comparison between Louisville playing in the Big 12. They were also picked to join the Big 12 instead of West Virginia. I would have liked both of them in at the same time. That's a possibility. Louisville could wind up in the Big 12. Okay, I got to admit, Moff Prof, I've never considered or heard any talk about Louisville to the Big 12. Louisville could wind up in the Big 12 depending on how things go with the ACC. Oh, eventually. Yeah. Okay. I think Louisville could make a better fit than Oregon and would be happier within the Big 12. Well, I will mark that down and we will get after that. Louisville against the Big 12. Interesting. And how Louisville would project to the Big 12. Well, Louisville is another version in a football sense, going back to the old Big East days that morphed into the American Conference. Louisville is basically another UCF, Houston, Cincinnati. That's their roots. That's their history. They are Cincinnati and Houston. Houston, of course, going way back to the Southwest Conference days. Cincinnati as an independent. Louisville as an independent with all that Eastern bloc that they are in the fringe of. Penn State, Maryland, Syracuse, Pitt, Cincinnati. Interesting. Louisville to the Big 12. Tar Heel says Clemson is going SEC if it has a choice. Really? The admin doesn't seem to value the academic association that much, and the fans and donors clearly prefer the SEC. That I don't doubt. David comes in with just simply, the Pac-12 is a joke. I hope Texas Tech curb stomps Oregon this year in Lubbock. Ducks would get their butts kicked in the Big 12. Would they really, David? Come on, David. David, there's being a fan. There's being a fan. And there's being a ridiculous fan. You can be a fan. You love the Big 12. I don't know who you root for, David. I get it. You love the Big 12 and you hate Oregon. I get it. But don't be stupid. Please, let's be realistic. Oregon would not get their butts kicked in the Big 12. They would be, today, the best program in the Big 12 once Oklahoma and Texas leave. What do you say, John?
We got some real passion going on in the comments here, but I don't really hear it in the audio of the people. We don't see these same people calling in.
Yeah, so I'm going to take responsibility for this up top at the top of the show. So I'm going to, I don't know where I need to put like a list of a to-do list once I start live streams. I usually do one of these deals and then I make myself a little list, Amazon, merchandise, Discord, etc. I got to put it in there that I need to put the link in the description section. Need to do that. I think people look for it there. The last couple of weeks I've been putting it on Twitter. I don't know if that's helped. I don't know if anyone's grabbed it from Twitter, but I've needed to do that. And you know what else I'm going to do, John, that I did not do tonight is I'm going to take the link. If you would like to have some of these folks join, and I will send it to our media friends because I didn't do that either.
Oh, yeah. All right.
And that's not a good thing because last week we had Tony Gerdeman from Buckeye Huddle join and Corey Bratta joined.
Corey Bratta.
Yes, the Corey Bratta.
Right, as we had
an Ohio State fan. He is the Corey Bratta.
But he is he came on the timely fashion because we had that great the transfer possibility, which I don't think we've heard yet what's going on there with AJ Henning, but it was a good call.
Absolutely. How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing great. I've been going through a rabbit hole of the Karate Kid movie series and
nice.
Cobra Kai now. I'm on the TV the Netflix. So I've just been going down a rabbit hole the last couple of days.
That's very cool. That's very cool. I did also want to mention real quick, because I didn't quite get to this, and I've referenced this a few times the last few days, but I wanted to go to the exact quote. So this is coming off the heels of the new Big Ten commissioner, Tony Petitti, and then his conversation with ESPN and a few other outlets, and then Robert Jones, who's the chancellor at the University of Illinois. And I just see where these comments, and I'll blow them up here.
Yeah, not really on our radar at the moment, and then less concerned about the travel.
So let's see where I can find this.
Yeah.
Because all the comments are very direct in regards to this is not a priority now. This is not what we're looking to do now. We are in a good spot now. So it all points to, there is not anything imminent. However, both of them leave a lot out there.
Oh, yeah.
In regards to, we're only going to do what's best for our current membership, and there has to be some value added for expanding beyond. So there's that value statement again.
Yeah, I was going to say this reads as corporate speak.
Yes.
If I've ever seen corporate
Absolutely.
speak, and I've been in the sales world and events and everything for almost a decade, and I've seen my share of corporate speak, and they could add 2 more schools tomorrow, and this would.
It still fits. And,
Yeah.
and when they said we're not prioritizing expansion at the moment. Well, you can
And
interpret
our
moment.
first priority, meaning, okay,
Yes.
second priority, let's bring in Oregon and Washington.
Exactly.
Right?
Our first priority was for us to order lunch at the board meeting because we were hungry. We got that off the plate. And then the first item of the agenda on this the afternoon list was expansion. My job is to make sure the conference is as strong in the present and future as it's always been.
Well, think about this. I'm sure they're going to schedule it where in September, USC and UCLA are probably going to travel Midwest and East. And in November, they're probably going to have it where the games are on 1 or 2 are going to be on the West Coast. Like, I'm sure that they're going to schedule it somewhat intelligently, and we're not going to have USC and UCLA 100% of the time freezing and vice versa. Like, because I think it'll be a great experience for the players to be able to go over to LA and see the Rose Bowl stadium and see USC's stadium and go do a little bit of an educational trip. Maybe not like Michigan does when we go, they go see the Pope, but hey, you can make a nice little educational trip out of that.
This would be my approach if I were the Big Ten in regards to the scheduling. My approach would be, and I'm talking about once we get beyond the fairness of the schedule and who we want to match up against whom as rivals each season. Once we get past that format, just in terms of then taking that model and then applying it each season, my number one concern would be toward USC and UCLA would be mitigating the travel. I wouldn't much care about whether they played in the cold or not. They joined the conference. If they're going to play in the cold, they're going to play in the cold. I would have no consideration toward that. But it would be about mitigating travel because the travel burden and the taxing of the travel is more on them than any other schools. But in terms of the weather, so that's how I would build the schedule. Again, we've already gotten past who plays who on an annual basis, and the format's already worked out. Then we're applying that format every year. So when you think about the weather, though, I think that Big Ten fans have overestimated the weather and how much it's going to impact USC and UCLA. Now, in any given Saturday, it could affect them substantially. If they wind up in Minnesota and it's 22 degrees on November 18th, absolutely, it's going to impact them. But I mean overall, because think of it this way.
Yeah.
Weather in the Big Ten is not bad until really the last 2 weeks of the season is when you start to see
November, basically.
Yeah, and that's not even guaranteed.
Yeah.
There are Ohio State Michigan games where it's 58 degrees outside and it's perfectly fine.
I mean, Columbus this past year was in the 50s.
Yeah. Now I understand between Columbus and College Park, Maryland, they are probably the two most tempered climates in the Big Ten.
Yeah.
You know, it's not Minneapolis and Madison and so forth. So I understand that. But think about it. There are 4 weeks to play college football in the month of November. And I would think that generally it's a 2-2 split for just about everybody in the conference, that they typically don't have crazy imbalances in the schedule where there's a team that starts their conference schedule and they play 4 consecutive conference home games and then they got to go on the road. You know, it's evenly distributed throughout the entire season for everyone. So USC and UCLA are going to play 2 games at home, 2 on the road in November. So that already knocks out 2 weeks where they're playing in sunny California in November. And then they also play each other one of those weekends.
Yeah.
So if you're playing a road game at UCLA and you're USC, so now we're only down to worrying about 1 game in November.
And you have your protected rivalries. And most projections I've seen have said that Ohio State is going to get USC as a projected rivalry, as a protected rivalry.
Yeah.
Whereas Michigan would get UCLA, which after what just happened, like this past year, that's going to be very interesting.
Now, I wonder what the determination is there. If that is true, and we should know here in the next few months, why Ohio State, USC, why Michigan, UCLA?
Yeah. I mean, all I know is that's what just keeps popping up. I don't really see like a ton of rhyme or reason to it other than how cool it's going to be to have USC's offense go up against Ohio State's offense. Michigan and UCLA obviously have that little bit of a tiff from last year. So I think they want to somebody upstairs wants to remedy that. But I haven't really seen a lot of projections that say Ohio State and UCLA. So yeah, this could be interesting too if they alternate. I think Ohio State versus USC and Ohio State versus Michigan are going to be 2 of the top rated games of the entire season.
So Mozart makes a good point. If neither Ohio State nor Michigan draw USC and UCLA as permanent rivals. Yeah. So everybody conjecturing, I see a number of comments about formats of scheduling. Most likely what we're going to see is a 3-6-6 model where each school in the Big Ten has 3 permanent opponents, and then they split the rest of the conference between the other 12 schools. And they play 6 one year, 6 the next. Then they go back the next season, the 3rd season, and play the previous 6, and it just alternates. So you see it's a great model because you don't have these crazy gaps of 6 years where you don't play someone in the conference. But in terms of that happening, that would mean that Ohio State and Michigan do not have USC and UCLA on their permanent schedule list.
Yep. Either way, I think it'll be interesting. I mean, you want to see these matchups, and it's going to be about the money. What's going to generate the most money? And probably, I mean, alternating could definitely do that. But however they can get USC to play Ohio State and Michigan on as much of a regular basis as possible. And UCLA will be I don't think it's going to be as high rated, but people are going to want to watch it because it's interesting.
Sure.
And there's the storyline from last year, and they don't play really. So
I think all those matchups are fascinating.
Sure.
I'm going to be fascinated to see Wisconsin go out to the Rose Bowl and play.
Sure.
I'm going to be fascinated to see USC play Minnesota.
State.
I'm going to like all those games.
Yeah.
Even going to the lower levels of it. Maybe I'm not going to get too excited about UCLA and Rutgers, but aside from a couple schools, I like all those matchups.
SEC dog, no one cares about money. We want football. Well, money and ratings are important too. And so you gotta factor that in when you're analyzing. But yeah, we all want good football. Absolutely. All right, we're gonna rock into some topics now. So we're gonna hit Michigan State and what's going on there. We're gonna hit the NFL draft. We're gonna hit spring games.
Yeah, and if you can tell us what's going on at Michigan State, then that would be phenomenal, because I don't know why they can't hold on to a starting quarterback and their best wide receiver when you would think that they would be in a position to say, hey, we like it here. We are the number one guys at our positions, although Peyton Thorne was getting a little bit pushed for his starting job. So
that's what we hear. Yep. That is what we hear. All righty. Well, feel free to stick around if you want to, or take a load off.
No, I don't think I'm allowed to do that.
You could do dude, it's your channel, man. You do whatever you want.
John, thanks for hosting the next block here.
Absolutely.
I want to remind everyone that we've got a USC show coming up at 11 o'clock Eastern time, and myself and Matt Zemek. Thank you for that. And give John a call, and I'm going to go in the chat. I'm going to leave the link to call the show. I'm going to leave it in the description section of the video. I'm also going to go out on Twitter and leave it there and share it with our media friends connected to the Big Ten.
Well, thanks.
All right,
for that.
John.
Thanks for
Appreciate
that,
you being here. Have a great rest of the show.
Appreciate it. And here we go. We've got the Big Ten Live 8 p.m. block. And I'm the host of the 8 p.m. block, John Diadamo. You can hit me up on Twitter at John Diadamo right there. I host Big Ten Live at 8 p.m. Eastern. And I'll be back Wednesday, where we're going to be breaking down the NFL picks and lots more transfer news and everything else on Michigan Wolverines Live at 5 p.m. Eastern Wednesdays. So let's start with our first topic. As Jason brought up earlier today, and he read my mind. He didn't know he was reading my mind, but he read my mind. In the last 4 years, have we seen a program fall like this? Not just fall as in go from D'Antonio years and then go to 1-2 wins. It was a very odd fall, thanks to a generational running back talent. But let's just ask the question that I think many of us want to know. What's going on at Michigan State? I did have one question addressing me. What was your major at Michigan? Communication Studies and Political Science, 2014. Thank you very much. All right. So, Peyton Thorne, as Mark alluded to, was being pushed a bit for his job, but Keon Coleman and Charles Brantley were pretty much definitely going to be starters. And just for anybody who calls in, just FYI, we're going through a bunch of topics first, so it'll be about an hour. And then we're going to take calls the whole rest of the time, probably till USC show. So, all right. Yeah, Keon Coleman and Charles Brantley were two of the key pieces. And what I heard from Spartan fans when I kind of heard this news around the internet is that Keon Coleman is a devastating loss. Peyton Thorne didn't really care, which is pretty surprising because they used to love him. But when he had to actually hold the offense in his hands, it didn't go as well as when he had the help of one of the best running backs in college football history, Kenneth Walker. Charles Brantley is another shocking one because they're already thin at safety. They're already thin in terms of secondary, and this is really surprising. So Jim Salgado and the Spartans are going to be looking for at least one more corner out of the portal. They're going to be looking for safeties out of the portal. They're going to need to raid the portal. Even though they do have some experience, they have fifth-year seniors, Chester Kimbrough and Justin White, and Marquis Lowry, Dylan Tatum. So they do have some experience. But I just want to ask the question, what is going on? Mel Tucker makes $9.5 million a year, and he makes $9.5 million a year on the back of 2 wins. Let me just repeat that. Mel Tucker makes $9.5 million a year on the back of 2 wins. Michigan 2020 and Michigan 2021. Michigan was terrible in 2020. It was the COVID year, and COVID impacted Michigan harder than other schools because of Jim Harbaugh's hands-on approach. And no one can deny Jim Harbaugh has a hands-on approach. He has an in-person, very personal approach. He slept over at somebody's house, people. He has an in-person approach. COVID impacted it, period. The Zooms, the everything, just it wasn't his style. And 2020 was a rough year for Michigan. Also, a guy named Don Brown was our defensive coordinator, not great. Okay, so 2020, bad year. Almost lost to Rutgers. So Michigan State won, good for them. And then in 2021, they had a surprise generational running back talent. And that's why Mel Tucker is making $9.5 million a year on the back of those 2 wins. So what's happening now? I think what's happening is people are waking up and smelling the coffee. And they're seeing that there really just isn't a lot there. They got lucky in the transfer portal a few times. They'll probably get lucky a few more times. Let's face it. I think he'll find another diamond in the rough or two to patch together a half-decent roster. But at the end of the day, I really think it's interesting that he's making so much money and we're not really seeing the return. We are starting to see it from Penn State's coach. Okay, so James Franklin has put together some 5-star talent. He's put together what I think is a pretty solid roster. He still needs to beat Michigan or Ohio State, but I think that from a recruiting perspective, he's earning his money. Now he's got to win the games. But Mel Tucker isn't doing anything. And I mean, I would argue, yes, Jared. I would argue at this point, and I know this could be my homerism talking. So please, Michigan State fans, call in. And Antoine's here, folks. Antoine, who is such a Michigan fan, he shows up at almost every channel around college football, internet, and reps Michigan. And I gotta just applaud him for that, because I wish I had the time. I try to get to what I can. I see Antoine every time I go around the media in college football, and he's repping Michigan, and I appreciate that a lot. Yes. So, Erica, what happened was we had a kicker prospect named Quinn Nordine, who was committed to Penn State. And Jim Harbaugh slept over at his house, and then Quinn Nordine switched to the Michigan Wolverines and was our kicker. So he did sleep over, probably different bedrooms. I don't think they were in the same, I think it was all above board, because otherwise he probably wouldn't have transferred to Michigan. That's why when people say it's weird, I'm like, it's about results, folks. College football is about results. And the results were we got the recruit. So it worked. All right. If anybody can tell me what's going on at Michigan State, please call in and we'll talk about it. Now, the Big Ten had a fantastic NFL draft. 62 players taken from the SEC versus 55 players taken from the Big Ten. And what we're starting to see, folks, and DeReal MVP might want to cover his ears, we are headed closer to conference parity. Do I think we're there? No. I want to be very clear. Do I think we're there? No. But do I think we're getting closer? Do I think that the Big Ten is making it interesting? Yes, I do. Do I think that it's notable that Michigan only had one fewer go to the NFL draft, one fewer player than Alabama and Georgia? I think that that's notable. Okay, so definitely look at that. Are we headed closer to conference parity? And let's see what people think. And yes, I do expect that DeReal MVP is going to be calling me. Before we get into actually the nitty gritty of all of we're actually going to go through the first 2 rounds of the draft and look at who was taken. But it looks like we have a caller. We've got Tony here. Tony,
what's up?
Not much. Good to see you. Good. Thanks for calling in, man.
No problem. Happy to be here.
Yeah, how about this NFL draft situation? I was just starting the topic of, we're getting closer, I think, to parity. I still think we have a way to go, but this is. Do you think that this is encouraging that the Big Ten was able to bring so many players into the NFL draft?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. As I guess a lifelong Gophers fan myself, wearing the hat and everything, but
yes,
I mean, I kind of grew up when it would be a surprise to see any Minnesota players hear their name called. Mm-hmm. And I mean, if you look since PJ Fleck took over, now Gophers are producing multiple pros every year. Yeah, 4 straight years with someone drafted round 2 or earlier. And 14 players over the last 3 drafts. Last 4 drafts, excuse me. But it's just an impressive turnaround for Minnesota, a program that really in the mid 2000s struggled to produce that NFL talent. And I mean, I tweeted something out. I think they are now 6th in the conference since 2020 with NFL players drafted. And I mean, if you looked at that number from like 2000 to 2010, they were probably like bottom 3. So.
Yeah, and it's. I will say this: we appreciate having a Minnesota writer on here because I've been calling for Minnesota fans to call in. I've been beating the drum, and finally somebody emerges. So you were. I just did a quick Twitter check here. It looks like you've got the Gopher hole that you contribute at. So I wanted to make sure give you a little banner there, and so people can find you over there.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Been working there now for 2, almost 3 years. I mean, Gophers football's in a upward trajectory since they've gotten PJ Fleck, and I think the NFL draftees and the guys they're producing to the pros is really just one of many steps in the right direction.
So, I've been playing around with this idea with Minnesota, and I'm wondering if there's a similarity with Purdue or if Minnesota's at another level. Because I saw with Purdue that Jeff Brom, I think he kind of felt like he took Purdue as far as he could. Now, I also think that Louisville had been in play back, I think it was 4 or 5 years ago, and he stuck with Purdue. They offered him more money, but other reasons. But I think that I think at this point after he played Michigan tough. People forget he played Michigan tough in that Big Ten championship game. And it wasn't until like the last quarter that Michigan started to run away from it. And I'm wondering if he thought, maybe I've taken this as far as I can. Now, does PJ Fleck, do you see him sticking around another 5-10 years, or do you see it as a similar situation? Where do you think that the program, because you mentioned it's on the rise, so do you think that he has another gear that he can hit and kind of get past the classic Big Ten West. Maybe making it to the conference game and the championship game, and that's it. Do you think you can hit that gear?
Yeah, I mean, I have really interesting, I guess, conversations with my grandpa about this, who was a lifelong Gophers fan as well. Minnesota's a really interesting program because if you look at any list that says the most national championships ever, they're in the top 10, but I mean, none of those came before 1960. So they have so much history, but it's so long ago now that it doesn't really even count. Like, it's almost like a Yale or like a Harvard history. But I mean, I think PJ Fleck truly thinks he can bring Minnesota to a level of at least competing for Big Ten championships consistently. Because, I mean, they're competing consistently. They haven't won one yet, but they've been in the mix the past, if you take out the COVID year, that the past 3 seasons, they've been in the mix. And it just, obviously, it's really easy to buy into the things that PJ Fleck is saying. He's just a good public speaker. That's clearly his.
He is a great marketer. He is one of the best marketers, up there with James Franklin. I think him and James Franklin are 2 peas in a pod. Yeah.
So I mean, if he says that he thinks he can take the Gophers to higher aspirations, and if he thinks that there is a place that he can take the program where it hasn't been in a while, obviously now with the whole bowl changing and the 12-team playoff, I don't know where his goals will be. It initially seemed like he really wanted to get this program back to the Rose Bowl, a place we haven't been since 1960, which is outrageous to think. But I think he really had that goal in mind. Obviously, now it'll be a little bit different with all the changes, but I think he at least wants to get this team to the Big Ten championship, and I think he believes that he can. But I mean, long term, once you start looking at, I just don't know how where he would go necessarily. I think he's a Midwest guy. I don't think he's an SEC guy or a West Coast guy. So it's all about which jobs open and everything. But I think he'll be at Minnesota for the long term.
Wow. Okay. And Michael, our resident Notre Dame hype man, and we have some Notre Dame people in our audience, but he is the hype man. He goes into every single chat. I don't care if it's a Buckeye channel or if it's a Michigan show or whatever, and he is promoting his team, and you got to give him some love for that. And he's asking about how did the Ibrahim, who I thought was a really great talent, how did he go undrafted free agent? And did it have to do, I guess, with maybe the injury? What do you think that, because I thought he was up there for a while with Bijan and Corum and some of those like really talented running backs.
Yeah, and that's a question I've gotten a lot since the NFL draft wrapped up, because I mean, a lot of Gophers fans are asking the same question. At least from my perspective, he obviously is a bit undersized. He's 5'8", 200 pounds around there. And that certainly doesn't help, especially a guy who's had injury history. But I mean, on the field, he doesn't jump off with any insane athleticism or any insane traits, I guess. And in the NFL now, teams obviously really look at that a lot. And he didn't run 40 time at the combine or his pro day, which I think that shows that I guess he at least knew that it probably wasn't going to help him if he did run. So I don't think that helped him. I don't think the injury history helped him, and I don't think the fact that he's a bit undersized helped him. But it's interesting because you look at guys like Chase Brown who got drafted, same level of production, kind of in the same system, run-heavy scheme.
I forgot Chase Brown. That was another one I kind of have in that category.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, it is weird, though. He's one of the best players, I mean, in Gophers history, and he didn't hear his name called. From what I know about him, with his work ethic and with his mindset that he has, I think he'll carve out a career in the NFL for a little bit. It's tough now with the running back position so devalued. But he's got a mindset that not many guys have, and I think that's what helps you stick around in the NFL.
Now, here's something else. So with Tanner Morgan going to the Steelers,
Yeah.
Which I didn't see. Did anyone see that one coming? Because I sure didn't. So he's gonna have some fun, probably backing up Kenny Pickett at the Steelers, because you need depth there. But if you're PJ Fleck, how do you approach the fact that the guy who's been your quarterback for 20 years is now off to the NFL, and he'll probably do great things at the Steelers and help them out. How do you, because I hear it might actually improve the quarterback play. I don't know. So you have your OC back, Kirk, right? Kirk what was it? OC?
Oh yeah, he actually moved on to Rutgers.
Yeah, Rutgers, huh?
Rutgers. Yeah.
How about that? So what do you? You're PJ Fleck. Let's imagine you're PJ Fleck, and you got your row, and you're rowing the boat. And so what do you do to replace that QB OC combo? That, let's be real, I mean, that got you win some games that people didn't think you were going to win, right?
Yeah, exactly. Obviously, where Tanner kind of broke out back in 2019, he had Rashad Bateman and Tyler Johnson, two guys played in the NFL. O'Keefe now plays in the NFL too. A lot of good weapons in the backfield. Rodney Smith, Mo Ibrahim was there. And I mean, kind of in Minneapolis and in the Twin Cities, people have been calling, I guess, for Tanner to get replaced for a while now. The Gophers do have a very talented now redshirt sophomore, Ethan Kaliakmanis, who was the Gatorade Player of the Year in Chicago his senior year. And I mean, he's gotten a lot of hype since he's arrived on campus. I compared a little bit to the Penn State situation with Sean Clifford and Drew Aller. Very comparable. But I mean, the Gophers promoted Matt Simon, who's been the wide receiver coach for PJ Fleck since really, I think since he's been the head coach at Western Michigan, to be honest. And so he was the co-OC last year, but you could kind of tell it was a 1A, 1B situation with him and Kirk Shiraka, who's now at Rutgers. But so he and Greg Harbaugh, who was the tight ends coach, are now the co-OCs, something that PJ Fleck kind of really likes to do. Don't necessarily know why, but so that's going to be who's working on the offense. But as for Ethan, it's going to, I think, be a little different of an offense because we don't have that All-American level talent in the backfield coming back with Ibrahim, and we don't have Tanner Morgan. So I think it's still going to be a run-first team, and you're still going to see that Big Ten West style that you see at so many schools. But they were active in the transfer portal, adding Elijah Spencer from Charlotte, Corey Crooms from Western Michigan, and they still have Chris Ottman-Bell. He's a guy who's been there about 12 years, but and they have Daniel Jackson, who's another talented receiver. So I think we might see them open up the offense a little bit more. Like you said, it might be a bit of an improvement. I think you're going to see Gophers team with a lot more potential and I guess variance. Kind of they have been playing that Big Ten West style where it's your margin for error is so small. If you have one turnover, it just completely flips the game. I think you're going to see a team that opens up the playbook a little bit more. And with one of the toughest schedules in the country with games against UNC, Michigan, and Ohio State, it's going to be a tough year, but it's definitely going to be an intriguing year. There's a lot of talent on the offensive side of the ball.
And I will say in the spring game, there were some flashes of, I would even go as far as to say elite talent in 2 or 3 occasions where Zach Evans made some pretty ridiculous plays in the spring game. And so I'd say even though you lose Ibrahim, if Zach Evans can get himself going, then you might be onto something. And the Big Ten West, let's be real, it's still got one more year, and then they might get rid of divisions. Who knows? But I think you got one more year where Nebraska's still figuring it out. Wisconsin, to be honest, I thought they were going to look better in their spring game. That air raid is going to take some time
it looks like it.
to be instilled. Minnesota might have Iowa as the team. Well, not that that's anything new, but that Iowa is probably going to be the team standing in their way of getting to the Big Ten championship. So if you get Zach Evans working and you get the quarterback working, then I think you're in play.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree with you. Since the past few years, the Gophers have had Kenny Burns as a running backs coach, who's now the head coach at Kent State. So that's a tough loss. But I mean, they brought in Nick McKissick-Luke, who had been at Northern Illinois before as their new running backs coach, and they still have plenty of talent in the running back room. They lost Trey Potts to the transfer portal. He's now at Penn State. He just kind of didn't seem, I guess, he didn't look like the same player post. He had a pretty significant injury in 2021. He didn't look like the same player last year. So they're going to have a lot of inexperienced options, but plenty of talent. You mentioned Zach Evans. They have Bryce Williams, who's kind of that veteran guy who he doesn't have the home run ability, but he'll get some carries on this team. They got Sean Tyler, transfer from Western Michigan, who was originally committed to Oklahoma State. And I mean, they got two really good freshmen that were 4 stars, Darius Taylor from Michigan and Marquise Williams from Pennsylvania. But I mean, they got plenty of talent in that room. And like you said, they kind of flashed it in that spring game. That's a whole nother discussion. I think PJ Fleck's pretty good at least showing a favorable spring game. The game was supposed to be outside the past 2 years, and he's moved it inside, not letting fans see. So it's almost, I think, like a simulated practice at the end of the day.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. And I did notice the indoors nature going on there, and then everybody was like, "Oh yeah, that attendance was really top notch in the indoor field." But at the end of the day, like I don't hate the idea given what he has to do. I mean,
he
has to basically retool and it's almost like a rebirth in a lot of ways because of the people that left, and now you've got so I see the reason why he did it, and we'll kind of take it from there. Hi Gizmo. Please tell everybody. What we try to do is we try to let everybody know when we get a writer in here, when we get a contributor, an editor, where people can find you. I pulled the two that I saw on Twitter first, Gopher Hole and Minnesota Daily News. So are those the key places?
Yeah, totally. So, I am a graduating senior at the University of Minnesota. So I'm wrapping up my time at the Minnesota Daily News, but I was a sports editor there. You can still check out that for any good coverage about Gopher sports, but I'll be sticking with Gopher Hole in the summer here and in the near future. You can follow me on Twitter, like it says right there, at Tony Liebert. That's LIE. And I mean, you can everything Gophers football, Gophers basketball. I'm your guy. And I mean, you can follow anything on there. And I appreciate you having me on. I always love talking Gopher sports.
Yes. And please come back anytime and feel free to hang out because we're gonna be doing some NFL next, NFL draft. We're gonna cover the first couple rounds and we're gonna hit some Rutgers and Maryland spring games. So keep it tuned if you want.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks, Tony. All righty. That was a treat. I shouldn't have said that word because I've got the dog right here. Tony Liebert, please follow. I just put the link so that you can follow him. I also please check out the Gopher Hole. He is a contributor there. So that was a real awesome little bit of time that we spent with him and fully worth it. Before we continue, this is a reminder, please like, subscribe, tell a friend. Please join our Discord, Patreon, and talk college football all the time. And yes, shop the merch store. All right, because recently, in the last couple of months, we have built this incredible merch store. And I'm going to share the new area. Michigan football at Voice of College Football merchandise is here. That's right, folks. You can get yourself a t-shirt. You can get yourself a pint glass, a hoodie, a mug. Michigan football at the Voice of College Football is here for you to check out. And of course, we have all the classic merch as well. You got yourself your mugs, your t-shirts, your cell phone cases, your shoes, your hats, your yoga pants, your swimming trunks, you name it. Get yourself something for yourself, your friends, your family. Mark Rogers, Voice of College Football merchandise. There's something for everyone. All right, let's start up with the NFL draft. As we just talked about, we are getting closer to conference parity. If you disagree, call the show. In about 20 minutes, we'll be taking calls. So we'll start lining them up now. And Mozart's, you know what? If you want to do that, we will, whatever you want to do after you buy the shirt, buy the whatever, that's great. So just whatever you want to do, Mark Rogers will appreciate the support no matter what you do with the Michigan apparel after you buy it. The point is that you buy it and then you support Mark Rogers, Voice of College Football. And Antoine, there you go. I'm going to buy my favorite Buckeyes a Michigan t-shirt. Yeah, go on to all the Buckeye channels. Wow, we have our second writer in a row calling in. The famous and the awesome John Johnston from Corn Nation is here. You came in at an interesting time, John.
Why is that? Wait a minute, I'm famous? What the hell?
Absolutely. No, I enjoy your stuff, man, and I've enjoyed you being on the Nebraska show.
Thank you.
It's you really kind of add a perspective, and especially with the recent developments. And forgive me as I build a banner here for you, but in terms of the recent developments with Casey Thompson,
yes,
deciding to transfer, and Jeff Sims become, I guess by default, unless somebody like Logan Smothers decides to come in and shake things up and take over QB1 somehow, Jeff Sims seems like the definitive starting quarterback at this point.
Logan Smothers is gone.
Oh, he's gone now?
Yeah, he. I think everybody in Nebraska kind of knew this before this, but today he actually made it official on Twitter and said, he did the obligatory thing that, thanks for being.
With that being
great,
said, I am now. Yeah. I am entering the transfer portal.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. Well, he's
so
gone.
Why did I come on at an interesting time?
Oh, we were talking about the merch store. And somebody said, I'm gonna buy some Michigan apparel so I can burn it because it was an Ohio State fan. So I was like, you do whatever you want with the merch. It'll support Mark Rogers either way. So
I did not know you guys had a merch store.
We do.
Really?
We do. Yeah. It's we just launched it about a month or so ago. So you've got all kinds of good stuff on there. And what I like is, so our friend Joey Foster has put this together. And so I like the fact that there's the variety. So I got the two top sellers, the t-shirt and the Mark Rogers coffee mug. I got both of those. And I know some people got the hoodie and they said it's good stuff. So definitely folks check that out. And it supports the show and what Mark's doing, bringing in quality guests onto all of the team channels, onto all of the everything, really.
That's kind of cool. I will check it out.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for that. So yeah, I really am curious now because I don't follow it as closely at all, as you do. So, like, why Jeff Sims? What do you think was the deciding factor to go with him as quarterback?
I'll be honest with you. I'll just throw this hot take out there. I don't think it really had to do with the fact that Jeff Sims had sewn up the starting position. I think that it was, so many of these guys, if they sit still, they don't get bigger nil offers. And I honestly think that this isn't something I know 100% to be true, but I think this was about Casey Thompson looking for more nil money than he was going to get at Nebraska. Yeah. I think that, name the last Nebraska quarterback that went through a whole season.
That's a Martinez.
Yeah, they probably don't exist. I don't even know what the
Martinez probably, right?
No.
Adrian Martinez.
He probably did, but he had the broken jaw and he still played.
Oh yeah, he got banged up all the time. Yeah. But I feel like one of his 20 seasons was probably a full one.
But you know what I mean? They really have been more rare than not lately. So you kind of look at him and go, you realize you're like one option play or one bad block from getting on the field. And so I concluded that he's looking for something more.
Interesting.
Maybe they're interested. The word is that they want to run the ball more. They want to be like Minnesota, but a little bit more aggressive. I think that's his. I don't know. When I look at people in Nebraska would say, "Ooh, Minnesota." I look at Minnesota's offense and I say, they know what they're doing. They know what they want to do. They do it over and over and over. And if they get ahead, they win most of their games. And to be honest with you, we have not even come close to that. They're very physical, Minnesota. And I think, this year, I think I'm supposed to be talking about Nebraska. This year, I think you'll see Minnesota more aggressive because they have that Aiden Kalakanakanakadis, and he should be a much better passer. But I'm going to start. We're going to start. I have a Monday night show here in 20 minutes, and I think we're going to start talking to people from other programs in the Big Ten and see how they're doing, and have some guests and stuff. So.
So first of all, you got some love from Randy at the Dan Beast Media right here. He's happy he didn't fly the coop and tune out because then you popped in. So got some love in the chat for you.
That's cool.
So I'm going to throw this at you. So I watched the spring game, most of it, Nebraska spring game, and my big takeaway of all of it was I was actually happier with how Nebraska looked than Wisconsin, which I thought it would be the exact opposite. But Nebraska showed a physicality that they haven't showed, in my opinion, since pre-Voldemort era, as we say, he who must not be named coach. So what, like, at least the bones, it feels like they're Nebraska again in terms of their physicality. Bring in a fullback. When I saw that, I was like, this is amazing. I love this so much. And it seems like he's taking a page from Harbaugh's playbook a little bit, because you saw what Harbaugh basically brought it back to Stanford 2009. And let's pound the rock, and let's bring back old school. And then he wins 2 Big Ten championships in a row. Is Matt Rule doing kind of hearkening back to the kind of that physical Nebraska identity, and kind of using that to build on?
Yeah, I think so. That's what he's talked about. But I'm one of those guys that, you have to, Missouri, what's the Missouri motto? Oh my God, I said that. It went right out of my head. Show me. It's the show me state, right? Missouri. So I kind of look at it and go, we can talk all this poop. And then when it's really going to get proven is, well, right away when we play Minnesota. So Cole says, trust me when I say that Casey didn't enter because of nil. I don't trust you, Cole, because I don't know you.
Cole is our resident Nebraska commenter, so he's always supporting the show, and we appreciate that. But it's interesting. NIL has been such a mixed bag. When it first started, and Texas A&M and Miami, they were just getting all the 5 stars. But then we saw the flip side of that, because half of them transferred out after the season. And both of those teams that I just mentioned didn't even make a bowl game. So now it seems like teams, and I would say that includes Nebraska and Iowa, from what we've heard, actually have established some pretty solid NIL programs.
Yeah, it appears that way. And keep in mind that these guys, if they're sitting someplace, they're not getting any more offers. And I think when you go out and you see like websites like On3 with this On3 nil evaluation, those things are so overvalued that the players come in and they go, well, On3 says I should have this. And the players are the people that have to respond to them are like, none of that stuff is real. And then they get, I can't imagine dealing with that kind of stuff. I want X, what they say I should get, and then I want a car, and then I want an apartment, and all sorts of.
Well, it does look like our Nebraska buddy wants to join the conversation. So can we bring it in to?
We can. Let's go about 5 minutes. Yeah.
All right, Cole. We got 5 minutes for you guys to duke it out a little, but welcome back. Welcome back, Cole.
All right, John. I'm gonna tell you why Casey Thompson entered the portal right now. It's not an NIL. Casey watched spring like everybody else. He saw Jeff Sims was doing a good job. Casey went to Matt Rule, said, I want to be guaranteed QB1. Matt Rule said, I can't do that. So he said, he gone.
You think that's it?
Yep. I'm 100% certain.
Wow. 100%.
Well, I'm not going to argue with 100%.
It's his last year of eligibility. I mean, why would he?
That's fair.
He wants to be the guy. He doesn't want to risk not being the guy like he did at Texas. He's been through that before.
He's going to get on the field, though. Do you think Casey Thompson's an NFL
Casey
quarterback?
doesn't want to be the backup choice. Casey wants to be the guy at a school.
And he will be at Western Michigan or somewhere.
No, Auburn. Watch it.
Wow.
Because they offered him more money. Yes.
No.
Auburn, Florida.
Because Auburn doesn't have a quarterback. Auburn doesn't have a quarterback.
Yeah, right.
That's
Somebody's
actually
looking for a one-year guy. Somebody who's looking for a one-year guy who's going to give him more money than Nebraska. You realize both of these things can be true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure he probably will get more money if he's the guy somewhere else, but I don't think that's why he left in the first place. I think he just wanted to be guaranteed quarterback one at Nebraska when they come back in the fall, and Rule said,
no guarantees, buddy.
I cannot guarantee that right now.
No, because Jeff Sims.
Do you guys think he'll end up in the NFL? Casey Thompson?
No.
Yeah. Really? Why not?
I think he could be an undrafted free agent. If Tanner Morgan could become an undrafted free agent and go to the Steelers, then I think the same thing could happen with Casey Thompson.
I think he sees the field and throws the ball well enough.
I guess.
I mean, come on. Put it this way. Kirk Cousins, Minnesota Vikings, who's second? Exactly.
I can name most quarterbacks, but I can't name that one.
Yeah. Jordan Love at Green Bay, who's the second quarterback? I mean, that's the thing.
Yeah.
Oh, now it's Sean Clifford.
That's right. That's right.
Chase Daniels has made millions of dollars. The guy from Mizzou being hardly ever
job
even
in the league.
playing. No kidding.
Well,
all right.
John, I don't want to make you rush for your show. I know you've got your show coming up in a couple minutes here.
You know what else I have to figure out before I start my show?
Yeah, what's that?
I have to figure out what's going on here. Why is she doing this? She never sits next to me with her head right on the desk, and I don't get what's going on. Maybe she's attracted to you.
Well, what's her name?
Esther.
Well, maybe Esther noticed that Gizmo was on screen. My dog was on screen a couple minutes ago, and maybe that got her dog senses all going.
All right,
John,
thanks for having me.
You got to leave with the famous quote.
Oh my God! Go Big Red. Is that it?
No. After the Minnesota game.
Oh God! Is that there is no hope? Fuck everything. Go Big Red.
Yeah.
I can't believe that. Even every day, I still can't believe that it exploded as much as it did. But I guess, so many people felt that way that, I feel like I need to come up with a shirt that I'm not wearing it now. I'm wearing a volleyball shirt, but says, has that phrase, but has the no crossed out, because, I do feel like Matt Rule is giving us some hope. So, all right, I'll try to come back next week. I got to figure out why Esther is sitting on my desk whining.
Yep,
Like she wants to eat the mic or something. All right.
Come on back anytime, John.
All right. Take care, you guys.
I know.
How
about that?
No, that was fun.
When I saw you were chomping at the bit to get back in here, and I was like, you got to get back in here and have a Husker off.
Yeah, Casey made a lot of money in NIL. I can promise you that. Here.
Yeah, I mean, I think. Listen, I get your point. If it's the last year and that's it, so this must be the COVID final, the extra year of eligibility. Yeah, you got to find somewhere where you're going to be the starter, and it does seem like Jeff Sims has been given a lot of reps. And
if he has any desire to be in the NFL, he has to be the guy for his final year. So I think that's what it came down to at the end of the year. And Jeff Sims is Anthony Richardson 2.0. Saying it right now.
That's something. That's a statement.
Same height, same weight, run the same 40 time. Both have a cannon.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's and having a cannon arm, and then you have a fullback. I think it's an interesting combination. You've got like this.
Our fullback is a tight end. Well, it came in as a receiver, switched to tight end, also kind of a fullback. Yeah, it's a weird thing.
That's awesome. Well, feel free to stick around, but I'm about to start hitting the NFL draft here.
Talk to you later.
Absolutely, Cole. Thanks for contributing. Thanks for being on.
Yeah.
All right. So we're going to breeze through this so we can get to some more callers. But we do have kind of a look at some of the 55 players that have gone to teams. And we start with CJ Stroud at the Texans. I think I predicted this choice. People were saying that CJ Stroud was going to dip because of the test scores. I think that was ridiculous. And I think I said it on the show that it was ridiculous. CJ Stroud is one of the top 3 quarterbacks, in my opinion. And my only surprise with this was that Jackson Smith and Jigba went to the Seahawks, but we'll get to that in a bit. Illinois, obviously, with Devin Witherspoon to the Seahawks, great pick there, I think. They're notoriously a defensive team, defensive head coach. He's going to do very well there. Cardinals, they just need everything. So getting a top-level OT, I think that was really good for them. Peter Skoronski, one of the remaining good players at Northwestern, and I'm pretty sure that's probably it. So he's off to the Titans. And then Iowa, so Erica's buddy, Lucas Van Ness, the number 13 in the draft. We're going into some of these round 1 picks. You got your Lions, you got your Seahawks. Jackson Smith and Jigba going to the Seahawks. I thought he was going to go to the Texans to be with CJ Stroud. That was my prediction. But what you're seeing there, because some people still had him projected top 10, but what you're seeing there is when you sit out in the playoff, this is what happens. So this is a message to people who have an injury, but they're probably back, and they could like I think he could. Now I'm not a doctor, but based on what I read, based on what I heard, he probably could have played in the playoffs. He chose not to. He made a business decision, and I think it's interesting that we're seeing players now make business decisions about even the playoffs. And when it goes to a 12-team playoff, I think that first round you're going to see even more business decisions being made. But at least this says, look, if you sit out 9 games plus the playoffs, you may slide a bit in the draft. I think he got incredible. The Seahawks got incredible value though, and Geno Smith is going to be connecting with this guy left and right. Probably win a couple of games just because of that connection alone. Maryland lost one of their good players, Deontay Banks, to the Giants, and the Cowboys got Michigan defensive lineman Mozzie Smith. Jack Campbell, yeah, right there. Jack Campbell. There you go. Yeah, your other buddy. Round 2, and again, I'm going to get through this pretty quick, but the Steelers got a pretty good cornerback. I think Joey Porter is a great choice. Sam Laporta, the Lions. I think Jared Goff is going to really enjoy doing his 5 to 7 yard tosses to Sam Laporta. I think Jared Goff is going to be very happy with Sam Laporta and what he can do. The Jets really needed a center, Joe Tippmann, to protect Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers is, I believe, 39 or 40 years old, and he's going to need a strong Wisconsin center to help him out. And Washington with Jartavius Martin. Couple more here. Steelers got another defensive player. MSU, Jaden Reed. This is another one of their remaining good players, and they just lost 3 to the transfer portal, so look out because MSU might be going 3 wins this year. The Giants got John Michael Schmitz, Minnesota center. Luke Schoonmaker, 58 tight end to the Cowboys, and DJ Turner went to, which I didn't put on here, the Bengals. Yes, the Bengals, which I think that was a really good choice there. Oh, there it is. Bengals. Ha. All right. You got the Jags with Brenton Strange, Drew Scruggs, and that's as far as I'm not going to go through all 7 rounds. But what was notable is this. Here we go. Michigan kicker, Jake Money Moody, as he's known, taken in the 3rd round, 99th pick overall by the San Francisco 49ers. People are really getting on Shanahan, but I think we should give, at this point, can we just agree that Shanahan knows what he's doing? He's gotten to 2 Super Bowls, one as a head coach, one as an OC, and they didn't have a 4th round pick. And I think he probably would have been taken in the 5th round by somebody. So this is what everybody's saying, that was the dumbest pick way too early. But if the 49ers really wanted Jake Moody, they didn't have a 4th round pick. And let's face it, folks, not everybody here is an NFL fan, I know, but I'm going to tell you something. The NFL has a crap load of last second field goals to win games. Way more than college, right? College, you blow out city sometimes. Sometimes it's close. The NFL, almost every game is decided on a razor's edge. Kickers decide football games in the NFL, and I think that Jake Moody, at 99th overall, I think he deserved it. If you've seen him play, I saw him play live when he made the game-winning field goal kick against Illinois. He is, in my opinion, the best Michigan kicker in the history of Michigan football. And not dumb at all. And you've got Kittle. You've got Kittle, who's going to be, obviously, they're going to be together. That's going to be great. And the 49ers, look out, because anything is possible. This is also a reminder when you're doing your shopping on Amazon, okay? I just got myself a popcorn maker using Mark Rogers' Amazon link. It takes 2 seconds to click it. Just bookmark it. Just bookmark it so that it's easy to remember, or it's on the description section. And so anytime you do your shopping on Amazon, Mark Rogers gets a couple of bucks. So there you go. All right. I am going to put the link in the chat. We have 2 more topics. And then we're going to get to calls. Yes, I got a popcorn maker. I did. I got a popcorn maker, and it's really good. And because I was tired of microwave popcorn. And I was craving movie theater popcorn, and I went to the movie theater one day, and they were out. They didn't have any popcorn. I was like, what is going on here? And I just had that craving. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to go on Amazon and I'm going to get a popcorn maker. I don't have it right now, B-Bean. I don't have it right now. But please call the show, because we're going to do a shortened panel, a shortened couple of calls here. We already had some great calls from the media. We had 2 members of the media come in and give us their take on Minnesota football and Nebraska football. So my cries for other teams to call in were finally answered. My mother is in the chat as well. And we've got Jason Moose. Nothing beats movie theater popcorn. Absolutely true. And I think somebody's upset with the amount of times I say absolutely, but I don't care. You can put it in your bingo or your drinking game. Voice of college football, right up there with BYU 1984, to real MVP, and any other thing that you want to put in your bingo. All right, let's talk Maryland. Yes, the Maryland spring game just happened. New offensive coordinator Josh Gattis, and according to kind of what we're seeing, they have an interesting wide receiver, Tyrese Chambers, who actually had 2 touchdowns in the game, 37 receiving yards. But the fact that they've lost a lot in terms of NFL talent and injuries, especially on defense, is going to be a problem for them. They're going to have the second best quarterback, in my opinion, in the Big Ten, in Taulia Tagovailoa. I think J.J. McCarthy is just barely above, but it's close. But Taulia is right there. But when you don't have the players around him and you don't have the defense as active as it could be, you just lost one of the best defensive players that you had to the NFL draft. Maryland may be due for a bit of a dip. Josh Gattis, we know, even as just a wide receivers coach, let's say he doesn't call any plays. Let's say he's just the wide receivers coach. That's still going to be a problem. Okay, because we looked at film, we've studied the Miami season last year and how undisciplined the route running was. That's going to continue here. And I still am not sure about the dynamic of Loxley and Gattis together after the back and forth that they've had. Jason, it's not that close between JJ and Tua. Stop. Taulia, you mean? Yeah, I think it is. I think it's just the fact that Maryland hasn't had the success. Part of that is because they don't have the pieces. But at the end of the day, Taulia's raw talent, I don't think anybody can deny it. And he's definitely top 2, I would argue. JJ's the number 1, though. Yes, Josh Gattis. Josh Gattis is the Maryland offensive coordinator. So Josh Gattis was on the open market. Some people thought that he was going to go to Iowa, including Eric, myself, and we talked to Erica about that, and I even talked to Corey Bratta about that. And there was, we all talked about the possibility that maybe Josh Gattis would go to Iowa. It didn't happen. So he got picked up by his former buddy and then his sparring partner, Mike Loxley. Dog's name is Gizmo. Yes, Gizmo is my Shih Tzu Terrier. Yes, my mom is chiming in. Yes, Gizmo's my Shih Tzu Terrier, rescue dog, and he occasionally will pop into the show from time to time. All right. Rutgers. Who wants to talk Rutgers? So the spring game for Rutgers was an interesting one. Obviously, there's a quarterback battle going on right now. Gavin Wimsatt versus Evan Simon, and Scarlett defeated White in the game. Now, what was interesting about this game is obviously it started off very well. They had a nice first drive down the field, completed for 52 yards his first attempts. There was one, I think, shining star, Al-Shadi Salam. So Al-Shadi Salam is Rutgers junior running back. And so I do think that that he's going to be a factor. I also think that Max Patterson, the wide receiver, is going to be a factor. But let's face it, they were really impacted by the inclement weather. Okay, they had some seriously hard times with passing the football. So I really couldn't. I think Gavin Wimsatt's probably going to win the job on game 1, snap 1, but it may be a back and forth. Who knows? It may even be an audition like Michigan had. Gavin takes the first game, Evan Simon takes the second game. It might go down to that. So stay tuned, grab your popcorn, folks, because this is going to be the quarterback battle of the century. The Rod Farva, my dog outweighs that. Yes. Gizmo thinks that he's 200 pounds. He thinks he is. He tries to be a guard dog, but he really isn't. But it's pretty hilarious to watch. So let's see some callers. We've got at least a little bit more time here for a couple of callers. So I've used up all my topics. I don't think anybody wants to hear me talk Rutgers any more than I already did. What about you, Erica? You want to hear me talk Rutgers some more?
I'm good, thanks. We don't have to talk about Rutgers. I do appreciate the diversification efforts.
I did, as everybody's saying, stop talking Ohio State and Michigan so much. So this show we had, how about that? We had a Nebraska writer, we had a Minnesota writer, and then we talked about Maryland and Rutgers. I don't know how much more you can do except just have a marathon of Purdue and just drive off all of our viewership. So,
well, I don't know what there is to say about Purdue right now because it's a question mark.
That's true. It is. I mean, they lost. They're basically a brand new team.
Yeah,
at this point,
because they lost the quarterback, they lost Charlie, they lost their head coach.
Yep. Yeah, they lost everything pretty much.
Yeah.
And I think it's going to be interesting. And you did get some love from Tim Prangley in the comments here. Great guests. So I guess he's referring to the writers that we had earlier. But Erica Goldberg is the A-lister in my book. So how about that?
Thank you guys. I appreciate that.
Yes, you have a lot of appreciation in chat here. So how is everything in the world of obviously you guys had some really strong NFL draft picks.
Yeah.
So I was very happy to see. As usual, I was defense getting some picks, but also as usual, tight end Sam Laporta going high in the draft too. So some players are going to some teams are getting some quality talent. How are you happy with how the draft turned out for you guys?
Yeah, I'm actually very happy about it. And then some of our free agents already got a team too, so that's exciting as well. And can't complain. I actually watched most of it, which that's the first time I can honestly say, hand on heart, I watched most of it. So it was good. I was really pleasantly surprised that Jack Campbell was taken so early. I knew he'd be taken. I knew he'd be drafted, but I didn't think he would be that early. But he deserves it. He worked hard. He's killer on the field, great attitude, great team leader. So he deserves it. He worked hard for it.
Yeah. Just the fact that you have just in the first round here, you've got Iowa. Look at that. You got Iowa, and then you got some more Iowa right there. And I think the Lions are putting together a bit of a sleeper team in terms of they might be the sleeper agent to get deep into the playoffs that nobody expects. You know how there's always that one team remember the Seahawks did pretty well this past year with Geno Smith, and nobody expected that. I think the Lions are headed for a really good season, and Sam Laporta, what I know about Jared Goff as a quarterback is he reminds me of in some ways a game manager type. He can make the occasional pretty decent throw, but I think that the tight end 5 to 7 yard tight end option is going to be used, and Sam Laporta is pretty good at that.
Yeah, and he's a great runner as well. He'll break tackles, and I think I don't really watch the Lions, but I'm definitely going to start now that Jack Campbell and Sam Laporta are on that team. Usually, I only really watch the 49ers because I love George Kittle for obvious reasons. But yeah, I'm going to start watching the Lions probably too. So
Detroit.
Yeah, I mean, what can I say? I'm from Chicago, not Detroit, but I'll still watch them. That's fine because the Bears stink. We're not going to go there. I don't even know enough about it to talk about it intelligently. But all I know is they stink, and I watched one game last year, and I was like, I can't even watch this. So, yeah.
Well, I recommend, Detroit has turned around a lot in recent years. So I was just back in Detroit for a conference last year, and I gotta say, it's like night and day from what I remember.
Is it?
Yeah, like when I first went there, and when I was going to Michigan, to when I went last year, they've really, I mean, it's beautiful over there now.
Wow. Okay. I've never even been over there, so who knows? Maybe I'll end up going at some point. Who knows? Weirder things have happened.
Absolutely. So, you've got your, what's been going on in terms of Iowa in the transfer portal, and obviously you got a great quarterback.
Yeah.
You've got Eric All.
Yeah.
You've got Luke Lachey back. You've got Caleb, who I think is going to be a good running back.
He's going to be. I think it's going to be a breakout year for him. He's amazing, and I think everybody's about to find that out.
And one thing we know about Cade McNamara is he can hand off the ball at an elite level, and he handed it off to Hassan Haskins and Blake Corum at an elite level, and they ran for a bazillion yards, and I think Caleb Johnson's going to be also hitting quite a few yards this year.
Yeah. You know what though, I have to say, we still have some work to do as far as transfer portal. Hair Trigger 83 pointed out the right stuff. They are looking for wide receivers, obviously, and for cornerbacks. Yeah. Our wide receiver, they're decimated once again. We have one healthy receiver on scholarship right now. So that's kind of a big problem. But yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see what they come up with. Hopefully we get your guy from Michigan.
Yeah, AJ Henning. And the thing I've realized, and I said this last week, I think, but Michigan is now heading to another tier where you have an embarrassment of riches. And AJ Henning was just somebody who never really quite fit in with Cornelius Johnson, Rowan Wilson, these wide receivers. He was really only used for end arounds, like reverses, the occasional like random play here and there. He was a good returner, but I think it in Iowa's team, and I know that Corey Bratis said that, he's not going to be given the starter job on the first day he shows up to campus, but I don't see any way possible that if AJ Henning comes to Iowa, he's not in the starting lineup snap one, game one of the fall, and is the definitive starter for you guys.
Well, what Corey said is true, but I also agree with your assessment of it. So I guess both things can be true, is my point. He will have to, quote unquote, prove it, but it won't take him very long. We'll put it that way. It won't take him very long to prove that, especially when most of the wide receivers are out with injuries. It won't take him long. So yeah, he'll be the de facto wide receiver one probably if he joins our team. And I saw some comments here too. Hummus Hero, Buckeye receiver Caleb Brown just hit the portal. Yeah, I saw that on Twitter this morning.
There you go.
We already took a wide receiver from Ohio State, but it would be great to take another one.
Take another one.
We'll take another one. We'll take another one. And then there was another comment I saw that I wanted to comment on, and I can't remember what it was. I'm just scrolling up. Oh, well, it doesn't matter. But yeah, if we could get him, that would be great. If we could get anybody, it would be great. Let's be honest.
Yeah. Tight end, you're fine. And even I listened to some of the Cade McNamara press conference.
Yeah.
That he did after the spring game, and he says the tight end room is the best tight end room he's ever played with. Mm-hmm. Which, he did play at Michigan, so that's a pretty big statement.
Yeah, but it's people can say what they want about Iowa's offense, but the tight end room is always solid. I mean, the unfortunate thing is that we had a quarterback or quarterbacks who couldn't throw a football for their life because they were too busy getting sacked. So, they didn't really get to show off their talents as much maybe as they maybe could have. But hey, we just got one who got drafted. So, I mean, apparently we're doing something right.
Yeah, you are. And I mean, again, it goes back to the question of how involved is Cade McNamara in running the offense versus our favorite offensive coordinator, Brian Ferentz. And I think that if they play if they go Michigan playbook primarily, and they go 2021 Michigan playbook, which he has he knows all the plays. So, and Eric All knows all the plays. I think you could, if Brian Ferentz has the humility to take a little bit of a back seat, and yeah, he's going to coach and he's going to do his thing, but like make it be like a co-offensive coordinator situation unofficially.
I mean, that's why I asked you like weeks ago about, does Cade have the guts to not listen and to deviate from what he's being told to do?
I think the answer is yes. I know that there was some back and forth on that in chat and back and forth on the panel. I think the answer is yes. I think he has the cojones to do whatever he needs to do to win games.
Yeah, I agree with you. Based on what I've seen of him and just how I've heard him talk to the media and all that, like I feel like now I know him a little bit better since I've been watching his pressers, or when the media talks to him and all that. I think you're right. I think he has a chip on his shoulder. He wants to win, and if it means not listening 100% of the time to Brian Ferentz, he'll do that. I'm not saying he's going to turn around and never listen to him, because I don't think that's true either. I just don't see that happening with the little I know about him compared to how much Michigan fans know. But yeah, he might, Brian might call a play and Cade might be like, you know what? No, I see that.
No,
I don't like the play, or I'm the one who's been, managing the game on the field, and that's not going to work. So I'm going to do something else.
And I think that's like, if he had to, I'm betting that was a question that he asked Kirk Ferentz and Brian Ferentz. If I come to this school, do I get some say in the offense? Do I, like, if there's a play I want to run, can I run it, kind of thing? Because I think he had other options, and he saw an opportunity at Iowa. And I thought the second that JJ got the job, that JJ McCarthy got the Michigan quarterback job, I thought Cade would probably go to Iowa. Just based on the fact that style of offense is perfect for him.
Yeah. No, I mean, he's gonna. I'm certain he'll do a great job for us. And I have to say as well, like, God forbid something happens, like, I feel like Deacon Hill looked pretty good. I don't know if you saw any of his snaps at the open practice. I'm not saying he's any star, like he's not going to be the next big thing or anything, but he's much more of a solid backup than Alex Padilla was, I feel like.
Yeah, he was. I saw the 15 minutes or so, and I think it all like they both look good. Obviously, Cade was very limited and played no contact drills. Yeah. But even Cade, remember, there was question marks about how 100% would he be. And he looked pretty much like 2021 Cade, in my opinion.
Well, he said in one of his interviews with the Iowa media, and you may have heard this clip, I don't know, he said that he was almost 100% there now. So You're right. Your statement is correct. He's probably like 95% there or something like that. And that's not a percentage he gave, but just based on how he was talking about how he was feeling in that's the impression I got. So I'm certain that by, summer, he'll be 100% there and it'll be fine. I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about the receiver situation more than anything else. Like, as far as the cornerback situation goes, yeah, it would be nice to get another one, but we're talking about Phil Parker. Like, I have complete trust in him. Like, he'll make something happen. I'm not worried about that. But like, as far as the receiver situation, I think that's like 911 do something. Like, it's an issue.
Yeah, and it is. And Corey mentioned that there was one good receiver that you have, but he's injured.
Yeah, they're all injured pretty much. I mean, that's part of the problem. And that way, it's like deja vu from last season, because that's how we started last year too. And there's a Hawkeye forum that I go on, and read occasionally. And some of the people there are so pleasant to deal with, but that's another story. But there was talk about how, isn't it funny how every single year it starts like this, where offensive players are all injured, like the receiver room is nothing, half of the O-line is injured. It always starts this way. Is there something to that? Why is that happening? So there was all these different people had different takes on it, and there's a million reasons why that could be happening,
Yeah. I mean, defense, I don't have any issues with. I'm sure you'll replace what was it, cornerback?
Yeah,
That was
quarterback, I'm not worried about that.
Yeah, I think that Phil Parker is going to be able to do his thing.
Yeah, I'm not worried about that at all.
It's he's going to contribute to the 25 points a game that Iowa needs to hit.
Don't get me going on that again.
Brian Ferentz can get his bonus.
I think you've heard me talk about that before. I don't think we need to talk about it again.
It needs to be just like it's one of the most ridiculous things I've ever heard.
Well, look, what they should have done, and I'm sure I don't know if I've said it here, or if I've said it on Corey's show or both or whatever, but what they should have done if they were smart was say 25 offensive points. Okay, because we know that the defense is going to score half of those points. Those 20.
That's literally what like if it's 25 offensive points, fine, because Iowa doesn't get that like ever. Like it would, like you guys had a parade when you scored 2 touchdowns against Michigan.
Yeah.
Like
I
2
know.
touchdowns.
And the problem is, like, how can I say it? Like the style of offensive play that we have, like it ends up, I don't want to say our defense ends up looking bad, but think how even more elite they could be if they weren't playing every 2 seconds. Like it's amazing that they managed to keep up that level of play when they're on the field like 3/4 of the game. That's crazy.
Yeah, our buddy Dave is saying funky cold Padilla, funky cold Medina. That was a good one.
Yeah, that's very good.
Dave got one off there.
I was laughing when I can't remember if it was Cole or the member of the media, I forgot his name, who was saying, oh no, you know what? It was Minnesota. I'm sorry. It wasn't Cole or John. It was the Minnesota member of media, how he was talking about how, we haven't beat Iowa, blah, blah, blah. It's like, well, we beat you with Petrus. Like,
right.
What does that say? Tell me what that says about you. Like, I'm sorry. I don't mean to totally trash Minnesota, because actually I watched their part of their spring practice and I thought they looked pretty good, to be honest. As much as I hate saying it, they did. But if we beat them with our horrific quarterback last year and the year before that, because we play them every year, what does that say about Minnesota? They're never going to get over that hump.
So speaking of teams that need to get over a hump, Penn State. So Penn State is at that point where they have 5-star talent at quarterback, at running back. They have a pretty stacked roster, but they haven't been able to get over that Michigan and Ohio State hump. And now there's a discussion in chat going on about the Iowa versus Penn State game. And I've gone on record as saying I think Iowa's going to win the game at Beaver Stadium. I don't think it's going to be a high-scoring game, but I think that Cade and Eric all know how to beat Penn State. They know Penn State's offense, and I think that gives them an advantage. And you said it yourself that even Petrus was able to beat them, right? So
yeah, but to be fair, and I hate this excuse, I don't buy it, but some Penn State fans will say to you, the only reason we beat Penn State is because Sean Clifford went down on our defense injured Sean Clifford. He went down like halfway through the game or something like that. I can't remember exactly at what moment it was, but that's what a lot of Penn State fans will tell you. But like that would be like me using the fact that Cooper DeJean got injured against Nebraska last year, and I don't do that. As much as I hate the fact that he got injured, I don't say to Cole, "Oh, we lost because Cooper was injured." No, it sucked. Did it suck that Cooper got injured? It did, but that's not an excuse. You still need to win. Like that's lame. That's an excuse. And excuses are like. This is not the game for excuses.
So hair trigger, all praise be to Allah. Is that well? Here's the thing. I'm just not sold. I've seen him enough where I'm just kind of like shruggy guy emoji. Like that's what he's like. I mean, we need to see more game. He needs more reps. I get it. We need to see more game film, but I think he's looking kind of like a shruggy guy emoji right now. Like he needs, there's so much hope being pinned on this guy, and yet I just don't see it yet. And
so
maybe I'm wrong.
Here's the problem with hype. I can't speak about Penn State intelligently. I don't know enough about them. I'll admit that.
Yeah.
But here's the problem with hype. There's a big chance people don't live up to such hype. If the hype is really that big, there's a chance it doesn't happen. And when it doesn't happen, that's all the more defeating to that person or team or whatever. And that's why I keep saying to people, let's wait and see what Illinois does this year, because they had one good season. We have a season like that almost every single year that like Illinois had. Like, let's see if they can do it again without these people they lost. And then let's see too how Nebraska fares with their new coach. Let's see how Wisconsin fares with their new coach. Like, I just think it's kind of like, yeah, we've seen a spring game and that's great, but there's so much time yet left in practice for the teams to, on all sides, like every team, to change something or to improve. So like, I just think some people are judging things way too quickly. And I think we need to see the results on the field, because really, like, it's just like the Peters situation. Like, they kept saying, he's so good in practice. That's why he's quarterback one. He's so good in practice. Well, that didn't translate to the field, did it? So you can say that all day long about anybody, but if it doesn't translate to the field, it means zero.
And it looks like we have some Cole is back. So this should be interesting. We've got Iowa and we've got Nebraska Cornhuskers going at it.
It's not going to be that big of a deal. I think Cole and I respect each other much more than the average Husker and Iowa fan do.
I got nothing else to do tonight, so I thought I might as well.
There you go. Well, welcome back. And I think you were commenting on the fact that you disagree with the take that Iowa is gonna beat Penn State at their house.
If it was at home, I'd give Iowa a good chance, but not at Beaver Stadium.
Yeah, and I tossed and turned about that. It wasn't like I'm like running away with this prediction where I'm like uber confident and like 100%, like that one guy said. Actually, you're the one who said 100% about Casey Thompson. You're very confident about that. But I just don't. There's this bit of me that's like, okay, I understand it's very hard to win at Beaver Stadium. I understand that that Penn State kind of has that magic, especially if it's a night game.
I feel like Penn State usually starts off the year pretty good. I don't know if you'd agree with that or not. But
yeah.
If it was later in the year, I'd give Iowa a better chance just because they're physical, they're good down the stretch. November.
Well, I feel like nothing's done until it's done. I would obviously want to pick Iowa, but I wouldn't be shell-shocked if Iowa didn't win at Penn State as much as I'd love to see it. I'm not going to sit here and say that it's a done deal. It's not.
It doesn't really matter either. That's the only hard game on the schedule, so.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I think that no game is given for any team. There's surprises that happen all the time throughout college football. Like, we beat Ohio State once. We beat Michigan once at home.
True.
You never would think that would happen, would you? It did.
Yeah,
that's true.
I mean, that's the effect of usually going to our stadium.
Scott Frost should have beat Michigan in 21, but the refs decided to.
See, that's the thing. Like, and a lot of people were like, oh, Purdue's never going to lose to Iowa. Because that was last season when Charlie Jones had transferred out of our team and gone to Purdue. Everyone was like, we'd love to win, but Purdue will probably do it. We beat them. We weren't supposed to beat them.
Manimal Matt is saying an interesting point that Penn State is actually 9-8.
See, that's not a great statistic.
Which is very different from Kinnick at night. So I think that people are equating the two, where they're giving Happy Valley the same level of nighttime magic as
Kinnick.
as Iowa at Kinnick. But the reality is Penn State hasn't done that amazing in the Whiteout.
I think it's either team's game. I'm not going to sit here and say it's definitely an Iowa win. Do I think it's possible? Yes, absolutely. I think it's possible, especially given the improvements we have at the quarterback position. Because let's face it, we tend to give quarterbacks too much credit when they win, and too much of the loss when they lose. But the fact is, the quarterback's important. And if McNamara meets the expectations everyone has of him, we could win. It's possible. It's not off the table that we win.
Here's what I envision happening. And again, my pick of Iowa in this game, it's about 55 to 60% confidence. Okay, I'm not saying I'm like, this is absolutely going to happen, but here's my logic behind it. First of all, we know that Iowa's defense is top 5 to 10 in the country every year.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Hurts me to agree, but yes.
Yeah.
See, if
Okay.
a Nebraska fan is admitting it, we know that's so.
Okay. So we start there. Now, Penn State will have a better O-line, but I still think Drew Aller is going to be running for his life at least a little bit
Yeah.
against Iowa's defense, period.
But I feel like Iowa's off. I mean, Cade will also be running for his life too.
I don't know if I agree with that. I don't know because, like,
I don't know. I thought Iowa's offensive line was pretty horrible last year.
yeah, but this is not the same offensive line this year.
They gained a few pieces in the transfer portal that are pretty solid.
Yeah, it's not the same offensive line.
Last year, they kind
saying,
of wasn't good.
Did they get tackles in the portal?
Yeah, we did.
Oh.
I believe Dejon Parker is a tackle, but I'd have to double check that. I'll check it.
Because
Yeah, I think like
I'll admit right now, the only reason Nebraska beat Iowa
he's an offensive tackle.
Was the tackles.
Yeah, Dejon Parker, one of our portal pieces, he is a offensive tackle. So, and he looks the part too. Like, he's big. He's very well developed physically. So it's not the same offensive line as what you saw last year at all.
So defense also, like Nate is just expanding on I mean, well, Nate's saying the opposite. Nate's saying that Penn State secondary is going to shut down Iowa's offense. Well, Iowa's offense,
the receivers for sure, but
yeah, the receivers.
The receivers, sure, but the tight ends,
I don't know.
And Caleb Johnson, the running back, I don't know about that. He's got some quick feet.
And everybody was saying how great Penn State's running core was last year, and then what happened? Michigan's defense shut them down hard, and I think that Iowa's defense can do the same.
Yeah.
I think Michigan's defense may be like a smidge better, but not even like it's close. Iowa's defense is really, really good, and I think they can shut down the run just as well. And if that happens, then Penn State is going to have to rely on Drew Aller, and I don't think he's ready to, like, Aaron Rodgers, like, put a game on his back.
Yeah, does he? I was going to ask that. Like, how experienced is this guy coming out of high school? Is he like a state champ? Because he's coming out of high school, right? Is he?
He was a 5-star, I'm pretty sure.
He was okay, but to me, I mean, I have a whole theory about stars because that doesn't always hold up. Like, look at what Iowa just did in the NFL draft. Those guys weren't 5 stars; those were 3 stars, and Riley Moss was a 2-star. So that doesn't, to me, hold water.
You agree that those were outliers?
No, I would not agree with that. For Iowa, that's typical. We don't get
Iowa. I'm talking all of college football.
Yeah, for all of college football, that might be the case, but we're talking about Iowa, and Iowa does that year in, year out.
We're talking about Penn State.
Yeah, but I don't know. My question is, like I said, I don't know about Penn State. So my question is, like, does this new quarterback have any type of, like, is he a state champion? Is he, what is his background look like?
Yeah. All I know is five-star quarterback. Let's see. We'll check 247. It looks like he was in the Elite 11.
He went to Medina High School, which is in Ohio.
Okay.
Maybe we can get Argraw to chime in, the Penn State fan. Hair trigger, very true. Eric and Luke Lachey are going to be very difficult to stop, even for Penn State's defense, which admittedly is really good.
But Iowa had Sam Laporta and
Luke
Lachey last year, and they weren't hard to shut down. So
yeah, but Luke Lachey has really developed a lot since then.
And Laporta was a first-round draft pick.
Yeah. So this Brian person, get the girl off the show. Let's have you come on the show then.
Yeah, come on in.
And the keyboard warrior stuff. I can't stand it. But anyway, that's not why we're here. That's not why we're here. I'm getting off the topic. So no, I don't know. I think it's gonna be an interesting game. I'm not saying I was definitely gonna win, but I'm also not gonna say that they're definitely gonna lose.
Remember also that Michigan had 400. Jason is reminding us, of course, repping the Wolverines, that between Blake Corum and Donovan Edwards, Michigan had 418 yards rushing. Caleb Johnson alone will probably crack 200.
He can do some of that himself, and then LaShawn Williams will help too. Although I'm much higher on Caleb Johnson than LaShawn Williams. Caleb is more of like a breakout runner, and LaShawn Williams is more of like short. Like if you're like 3-2 or 3-4 or something, he'll get you that short yardage.
Our friend and Wolverine fan Mike G who has now taken the Harbaugh graphic for himself.
Oh God.
That just keeps getting passed around him and
Jason, what did you do here? Why did you pass Mike your icon? What's going on?
Erica, how good is Laporta?
How good is he? I don't know how to answer that. I mean, he's pretty damn good. He pretty much did a lot of the offense last season single-handedly.
He did the entire offense.
Yeah, except for a few runs by Caleb and LaShawn Williams.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
He's
the Lions.
fantastic.
I think the Lions actually got the Lions. I think did very well with that pick.
Well, the Lions seem to like Hawkeyes. Apparently, they have a history of drafting our guys.
Their last Hawkeye tight end worked out pretty good. So
Yeah, that's true.
My mom has given you some kudos. There we
Oh,
go.
well, thank you. Thank you very much. Very kind. I love your dog. That dog is so cute. Gizmo is so cute.
Yeah, Gizmo. Gizmo keeps things interesting around here for sure. Mike is also a Detroit Lions fan.
Okay.
And he's very stoked with Laporta and Campbell.
I really like Laporta, but I love Jack Campbell. I mean,
Yep.
I'm going to start watching the Lions just because of him, just like I did with the 49ers and George Kittle. I love Jack Campbell. He's amazing. He's just such a good person.
he's a dog.
He is. He absolutely is. And if a Husker is saying that about an Iowa player, it's true.
I won't say that about any of their offensive players, but their defensive players, sure.
Yeah. Jack Campbell is he's crazy good.
Mike G, don't feed Gizmo after midnight. Yeah, it's fun. I'm wondering. So the name came from the rescue place, but I wonder if it's because of Gremlins, because he does kind of look like Gizmo from Gremlins a lot.
Tony in the chat, he said Nebraska needs to beat Colorado.
Oh,
if Nebraska doesn't
please.
beat Colorado, you probably will never hear from them again. I'm just saying.
Man,
I think it's a bad matchup for Colorado because Nebraska is just even the spring game, which was really only a couple of months of Matt Rule's influence. They looked so physical compared to what Scott Frost was doing. And I just don't see Colorado with the horses to be able to compete with that now.
And Frost's spring game, we're doing two-hand touch. So.
Right.
What was the
Literally.
deal with that Colorado fan who called in with the Big Ten earlier?
I don't know.
Was he serious?
I did like the Utah guy though. That was.
Oh wait,
that
you're
makes
talking
sense
about
to
Chris
me.
Foote?
The Utah stuff made sense to me. Actually, I agree with that. But the Colorado, Chris Foote, I think.
Yeah, he's a Colorado State Rams fan actually.
He was saying that just because he went to Colorado, they should be in the Big Ten or something. That's all I got out of that. Did I miss something?
I think that's pretty much it. And he does give interesting takes. We know that. But yeah, I don't see Colorado's going to need a year or two.
Nothing would be more satisfying to me than Nebraska going to Colorado and doing a PJ Fleck style drain the clock every play and run the ball down your throat.
That's exactly what they're going to do. Are you kidding me? It's exactly what they're going to do.
I don't usually root for Nebraska, but I would love to see that because I think that, Deion needs to knock off the attitude.
Humbled.
He's just,
They have two players. They have Shedeur Sanders and Travis Hunter, and that's it. That's their players.
Their defense
no, that's not true though anymore. They've been picking up some people from the portal. I've seen on Twitter.
Yeah, that's true. They did lose a bunch because he kicked them out, basically, with one or two exceptions. 50.
Was it 51 or 53?
Something. Yeah, 54 maybe.
Who does that? I understand that people are oh, he's just trying to have the best team he can have. But at the same time, when you have that many people leaving, that poses doesn't that make you think of a question mark?
Well, in most cases, there were two exceptions, but as I said in the last show, and I stand by this, Deion came in dealing with a full organizational turnaround. This is a team that went 1-11 last year. So when you're dealing with that, you have to kind of clean house and bring in new people and bring in your people.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
But the way he said it just came across as
he's very narcissistic.
Yeah, Nate Will, is Deion's son even a good QB? I think he was a good QB at Jackson State, but that's Jackson State.
See, that's the problem when you try to compare these players. It's like, yeah, they were a good quarterback or good whatever in their old conference, but is that going to translate to the Big Ten? And a lot of people think that it's a given that it will. Well, it could, or it could be a miss. Nothing's 100%.
Colorado stole a 4-star wide receiver from Ole Miss. Okay, that's something, but I think Mike G is absolutely. I think he's on to something.
I want the Huskers to run wishbone.
Not wishbone, but I think you're going to see
wishbone, but
power I formation.
Yeah.
21 personnel.
Yeah.
Yup. Fullback.
Fedoni.
6 rushing touchdowns. Is that
That's
the
a
number?
lot of touchdowns.
You think that might happen?
Iowa has the best tight end room, but Nebraska has the best potential tight end room in the Big Ten. They haven't proven anything, but
yeah.
I think this is going to be a curb stomp. I think Nebraska is going to put up some numbers on
I think
Colorado.
Nebraska needs to. Besides the fact that I sincerely do want them to beat Colorado, I think they need to because they need to show some dominance.
Yeah. I mean, we saw how the Colorado game when Scott Frost's first year went and how that kind of played a prediction for the future, but
yeah, but it's a new team. I mean, you have new people, so you don't, it can happen.
I'm actually the most excited about our defense this year with our D coordinator. I think he's going to be really good. I think he's going to be one of the best D coordinators in the conference, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
Nate Will says, run the Penn State T formation down their throat. That's amazing.
I have a feeling we're going to be in a lot of I formation against them.
Yeah, I for sure.
That'll make me happy.
Yeah, and you're seeing I formation. You're seeing fullbacks,
RPOs.
You're seeing just a more physical Nebraska all over the place. And we talked about John Johnston too. Like the physicality is already back, and obviously they have a long way to go. There's a rebuild ahead, but I think that you guys you're on the right track.
I like the idea of what he's trying to do, but I just don't know if we have the linemen to be able to do it yet.
Yeah.
It's not going to be an immediate, complete turnaround. I don't think.
No, I'm 6-6 at the best. I'm saying.
I mean, as long as you guys, like you just said, 6-6 bowl eligible. I mean, that would be a success for Nebraska at this point. I'm not saying that.
You can be happy with Dylan Raiola. Okay, I get it.
What?
Yeah, Dan Beast is. Yeah, Dylan Raiola. He's pretty confident that Dylan Raiola is coming, as is most people at this point. That
he's
Dylan Raiola is going to Georgia.
I know is that a given now? Is that the
pretty much?
That's what I thought. Okay.
Yeah.
Nebraska they're having a 2024 QB unofficial visit in June. So
I was hoping USC would get him, but
is it truly a massive gap versus Aaron Noland and Jaden Davis? I don't know. I think it's going to come down to the pieces around them when they get to their respective schools. Georgia's going to have the benefit of an elite tight end room, an elite kind of 4 or 5-star players all over the field. So that is going to be a benefit for Raiola to have that. But I don't know about massive gap.
I just hope it's a Justin Fields situation and he gets mad and leaves and comes to Nebraska.
Since
takes
this
the Natty again.
Can we make fun of Coleman and Thorne in the?
Oh, you missed our first
topic.
Well, first of all, Daniel Henry is saying, no bias at all here, saying that Aaron Noland is better than Dylan Raiola.
I wonder why he's saying that.
No bias. But Mike, you missed our first topic, and but I'm happy. I'm sure a bunch of you missed because it is like literally almost 2 hours ago now. But basically, our first topic of the day was what's going on at Michigan State, and we talked about the fact that Peyton Thorne. Michigan State fans were okay with that one because apparently he was actually losing out on the job. But Keon Coleman and Charles Brantley are probably 2 out of the 5 best players on Michigan State's team, in my opinion.
Well, I feel that, and again, Michigan State's not my team, but I feel like they jumped the gun on giving him so much money. That was ridiculous. You had one good player, and I'm not even a Michigan fan. Like, I respect Michigan, but I wouldn't consider myself a fan.
Right.
And even I'm saying that. Like, come on. It's really obvious.
you knew they overpaid when last year their DBs were getting coached and Mel Tucker's supposed to be a
Right.
DB guru. So.
Right. And then
That's
the whole
not
thing
great.
about the tunnel deal, like I know it's a football game, but like there's something to be said about character. And that for me, I mean, this is such an Iowa thing to say. I'm sure people are gonna be like, oh, stop talking about it. But I feel like character is important. And they did not show good character with that tunnel accident.
Tony
Mel
is
Tucker's agent for MVP.
spot on.
Yeah.
That agent took the 1 year that they lucked into a generational running back talent and leveraged the LSU job that was open and kind of like played Michigan State against some schools because they didn't want another Nick Saban thing to happen, right? They didn't want to have another coach run away to the SEC. And so they ponied up the money, the 2 or 3 boosters that Sparty has ponied up the money to do the 9.5 a year.
How much would it cost for them to break that?
Oh, 60, 70 million.
Woo.
I think Matt Rule's getting paid more than Mel Tucker, so I can't say much.
Nick, we thank you for your $9.99 super chat. I've always said never ask a person who is an I'm happy to read this one. Never ask a person who is an OSU fan except Mark Rogers for advice on anything, because you'll just get more and more confused the longer they talk. There is something in their drinking water. OSU sucks. Wow.
I kind of feel the same about Colorado after hearing that caller earlier today.
I wonder what team Nick roots for, and I'm wondering if it's Michigan.
I have no idea. If it's Michigan. No.
I wouldn't be surprised. So that's a 999 super chat, and that means, Nick, you're going to get added to our ticker of contributors, which includes the other 2 people on this call. So thank you, Erica and Cole, for your contributions. And here comes Nick joining the party there.
I noticed a comment from, hold on, I have to scroll up. Mike G. Erica, it's booster money. It's United Wholesale Mortgage money. So Tucker's salary is booster money, not necessarily pay for effort results. I guess I'm old school thinking people should be paid based on results. I don't know. I'm paid on results. So like
Brian Ferentz isn't paid on results.
Yeah, but he's also the head coach's son. What do you think's going on there? Come on.
Hashtag nepotism.
That's right.
I've always said if Gary Barta went to Kirk Ferentz and said you're fired, Kirk would say no, you're fired, and then Gary Barta.
Yeah, probably. I'm not going to disagree with you on that. Tony asked if Pat Fitzgerald's on the hot seat.
Well, hold on, because I want to address this because I'm tired of the hairball thing. Okay. Okay, Byron, I'm going to ask you, and come on in and tell me this. How many times does Michigan have to beat you to finally just call him Jim Harbaugh? Okay.
This is the same guy who said that the woman needs to get off the show. So you know what, Byron, between this comment and the one about me earlier, either get on the show or stop with the keyboard warrior stuff. Like,
yeah,
it's obnoxious.
Keyboard warrior.
Obnoxious.
Yes, our girl, somebody else can absolutely call in. I have posted the link about 50 times, and I'll post it again. And we want everybody. We had 2 members of the media earlier that I think were extremely good, Minnesota and Nebraska. So that we love that, and everybody's welcome to call in. But yes, let's talk Pat Fitzgerald, and I really don't think he is, and I don't think he's going to be for another year or 2. But if he continues to get 1 or 2 wins, there's going to be a period at some point where they say enough is enough. But I don't think that we're anywhere close to there yet.
I feel like Northwestern just knows that the transfer portal and NIL thing is what killed them, not Pat Fitzgerald.
I don't know who they would get in there instead of him, though. That's another issue. I think that's a hard job to.
That is a hard.
Probably be a coordinator somewhere. I don't know.
Do we have to talk about Fitz?
And Argraw's here, Penn State fan. Welcome back, Argraw.
Hey, someone else is calling.
Hey, how's it going?
How you doing?
Not too bad on my end. Yeah, just putting out in the chat. Hey, let's see more people. Let's hear more people, because there's plenty of topics. There's plenty of discussions going on in the chat. But it's like, make that extra step. Don't be afraid to step out and get on mic. It's all right, but I don't know. You're just not getting the people. I think it was Moose that said keyboard warriors earlier in the chat, and hey, I'm not going to say that, but it might sometimes it might seem that way with depending on the topic. Anyway, no one seems to want to back what they're saying up. I don't know.
Yeah, no, it's true. I think you're very right. And I also said the whole thing about keyboard warriors because I have no problem with conflicting opinions. Like, let's have a good old debate.
Well,
but if you only type, like, show your face and like prove
guys,
it. Like, let's hear it.
We do have someone else calling in.
Oh, good.
Chris Foote is calling in. Welcome back to the show, Chris.
Hello.
Hi, Chris.
Hello.
Thanks for calling back in, man.
Oh, no problem. I won't stay too long. I've already kind of spent my time on here already. Oh, the one thing I just wanted to clarify something because I think it's kind of an important point. And I did the math. So Colorado actually is a top 35 program winning percentage. Well, I mean, that's kind of something to think about. Top 35, they're actually 33rd place, but that's all time. I mean, that's nothing recent, but
See, that's the thing though. Like when you want to join a conference, you have to be at the top of your game, kind of.
Well, no, it's just for it's just for information's sake. It's your opinion whether or not that's a good winning percentage or not. 0.536, that's like 50, not even 54%. So it's not that great, but it does put them in the top 35.
Colorado, yes, historically, Colorado was a great program in the 90s. It was a great, just like Nebraska. We have a Nebraska fan on the panel right now. But the last good season for Colorado was 2016 when they went 10 wins and they actually gave Michigan a scare and were up 14-0 in that game.
Yeah.
So they did have a good year in 2016, but let's be real. They've been kind of a bottom tier program for a little while, except for the 2016 season. So it's really up to Deion Sanders and his team if they can bring it back to the level where maybe it is something where the Big Ten might look at it someday. But
no, I'm not trying to say they weren't any better than they were, but to be fair, kind of like what you said with, and I don't remember how that game went against Michigan, but I think when they've taken the field, I guess, I don't think that they've necessarily been rolled over. I mean, they're actually pretty good.
Well, the problem is though, you have to win.
Well,
Chris, how many wins did Colorado have last year?
I think just one.
Yeah, so they have a little work to. I think you can agree that they have a little work to do.
Well,
they're not going to accept somebody who wins one game a season. The only reason they're accepting with Northwestern is because Northwestern's been a member forever.
Oh, well, the Gary Barnett was the coach that they brought in to Colorado, I think, from Northwestern.
Well, that's fine, but that doesn't qualify them to be in the Big Ten. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be rude. I'm trying to be respectful here, but I'm sorry. I just don't see it as things stand today on May 1st.
Okay.
Right. Deion has a large organizational turnaround.
Oh, Tim just threw a shot.
Yeah. I think that by far, in terms of storylines for the coming season, this one is my favorite. I mean, there's other ones that even within the Big Ten that I'm really interested in. Roll being one at Nebraska, I've really been watching that. I'm excited to see what happens there. But it's prime, it's Deion, so of course you can't help but not to watch that. And Colorado is, I mean, I could call it a dumpster fire, and that would be doing a disservice to dumpster fires. Colorado's bad, it's bad.
Listen, you guys have 2 players on your roster right now. How are you going to join the Big Ten with that?
Well, that it's not so much the situation of that I see as being an issue. They'll fill those positions. They'll get the roster back up. They're getting people in the portal. That part of it isn't necessarily the issue. I think it's more that university just has a culture of losing. Like, I mean, that's just what it is.
Well,
We're very far removed from the Mile High Miracle. Okay, like Cordell Stewart and Joel Klatt are not there anymore.
Joel Klatt, yeah.
You know, like that's just the way that it is. I have their past records up from 22 going far back. It's 1 win, 4, 4, 5, 5, 5,
right.
a 10 win. And then
that
after
was
that,
that was the 2016.
4,
yep.
1, 3, 5, 3, 5.
See, that's
it's
exactly
bad. It's
bad.
bad.
That's exactly why they're not going to be in the Big Ten as things stand today.
Yeah, Sefo Lufau was actually a pretty decent quarterback, and like I said, he was up. Colorado was up 14-0 against Michigan until Michigan rallied. So I'll give them credit for that year. But yeah, you just pointed out that year was an anomaly. And that for the most part, they're at an average of 3-4 wins.
Probably about.
Yeah.
It's not good enough.
I mean, in addition to that, I mean, you wouldn't have a team like that joining the Big Ten regardless, because they're not going to bring enough to the table. Obviously, with USC, for example.
Well,
that's a big time program with a national recognition. It's a huge TV market. Colorado, not as much. So there's a lot of things that are against it. That doesn't mean that I hope they turn around. I hope Primed is great. I'm excited. I can't wait to watch them, but they're not in any kind of position to jump up to a bigger conference. They're not there.
Yeah, it's going to take them a while. It's not going to be enough to just have a few good seasons. They need to do better on a more consistent basis.
Yeah. We do have a super chat I want to honor, 999 again. Nick has now contributed twice, 999, and these are ones I enjoy reading. So not only does he contribute to the Voice of College Football, but then he has a nice anti-Ohio State comment to go with it.
Oh my goodness.
They say that normal humans are made up of 70% water. Ryan Day, though, is 70% beard dye. If he spent less time dyeing his beard and more time making halftime adjustments, maybe he could beat the University of Michigan.
Holy cow, Nick. You are...
Boy, I don't know. I'm telling you guys, you Michigan fans are really high on that. I mean, you guys have the khaki cowboy. That guy took a long time to beat Ohio State.
This guy just paid $20 to just crap on Ryan Day. Got to respect it.
I got to respect the move there, the economic move made, and that's the thing. If you put in a super chat, as long as it's not offensive, racist, sexist, etc., then we read it on air.
I'm not a Michigan fan, but I found it funny. I mean, I'm sorry, it's funny.
But I agree with Cole. You're the one who said, you guys are being really high on the hog, and it's only very recently. Like if you watched the Michigan podcast with Steve Dace as an example, he was the extreme of crapping on Michigan for a couple years there before, and I was not as low on Michigan, but I was one of the people who called in after Michigan lost the Michigan State game in 2021, and I called into Mark's show. And I said, we might need to look for a replacement. And so you got to give him credit for just taking his lumps, taking a 50% pay cut, and then going to the Stanford 2009 playbook, firing Don Brown, calling his brother. I mean, you got to respect what the moves that he made. And the years in 2016, he was one play away from probably making the playoffs. In 2017, he was one John O'Corn away, terrible John O'Corn from beating Ohio State. So it's not like he was a 3-9 football program. He was a 10-win football program that was in that almost category until he made those moves in 2021. So I would say, I respect the 10-win average, and it's not like he's been a schmuck at any point except for the COVID year.
I will say Ryan Day is 10 times more likable than Jim Harbaugh. Jim Harbaugh's just a weirdo.
He may be a weirdo, but he's our weirdo.
That's not. You're not far off on that. That dude is weird. Don't get me wrong. Like, I'm sure he seems like a nice guy, but boy, he seems weird.
Okay.
Well, look, a lot of the Big Ten coaches are weird. I mean, PJ Fleck's not normal.
I'm going to
PJ
shut
Fleck
this
and
down.
Jim Harbaugh take the crown for being the weirdest coaches in the conference.
Okay.
I like him, though. I like him. I don't know.
I hear this comment from Buckeye fans all the time that Ohio State is technically that Ryan Day is 2-2 versus Jim Harbaugh because of the COVID forfeit situation. Well, remember, Ohio State also forfeited a game. Nobody remembers that. Okay. They forfeited, I believe it was Illinois. Now, granted, that wasn't the same impact, but still, don't act like Michigan was the only team that didn't play a game because of COVID. That's number one.
Missouri dropped out on us. We were supposed
That's
to play
number
them.
one. Number two, okay, congratulations. In the hypothetical situation, yeah, you would have had to face the terrifying opponent quarterback, Dan the Man Villari. Our fourth string quarterback would have been the quarterback playing in that game. So if you want to claim that as a victory, that the Buckeyes beat Dan Villari, okay, fine, whatever. But let's just look at the whole picture here. Before we just say it was 2-2.
Jim Harbaugh tucked
even
his t-shirt into his underwear. What the heck?
I was gonna say, even if they played against Cade McNamara, though, that wasn't saying much because he went against Penn State, and boy, he stunk up the joint against Penn that year.
Yep.
Like, it was bad.
Yep.
So, yeah, Ohio State would have steamrolled them. They definitely would have.
Absolutely.
But I mean, yeah, I can sit off to the side and sort of point and laugh at that and say, yeah, he's right. He's got a good point. But let's not forget that the Big Ten decided to, just completely change the rules to get into the championship for the conference, specifically for Ohio State.
Yep.
They were handpicked to go. So
correct.
I can understand, sort of running around, doing your victory lap for that as an Ohio State fan.
Didn't they have to beat Indiana?
But on the other hand, it's like I wouldn't lean too hard into that, considering what the conference did for you.
Didn't they have to beat Indiana to advance? I thought they had to beat Indiana.
Yes, they beat Indiana, but the rules were changed. I believe you had to play at least more games to get to the championship.
And they lowered the total amount too.
I don't think they were just given a pass. I think they had to beat Indiana. Right?
I mean, they did have to beat Indiana, but that was a game that was already scheduled.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But still, that's a good point. Like, yeah, they did have to go undefeated with the teams that they still had that they didn't forfeit, right? So Indiana was the best team on their schedule until they got to the playoff. So yeah, I mean, but they basically won 5 games and then they got to the playoff.
Yeah,
so,
yeah, that's how that worked. So that one definitely. I'm not a fan of how that played out, nor do I think the rest of the conference was.
It worked out pretty well. I don't know what else he could have done.
I mean, if you're an Ohio State fan, it worked out great.
For Indiana fans, they weren't very happy.
Yeah, you hated life that year.
Yeah, Indiana, if they had followed the rules, Indiana was going to the Big Ten championship.
Oh, okay.
What is this comment from Hummus Hero about? I heard Jim Harbaugh saves his.
Yeah, I'm not even going there. I will address Rick's comment here. Michigan backed out of UCLA in a non-COVID year, correct? And it was a mistake. And I think that the AD should be fired. And I've said that about 50 times on this show that Ward Manuel should be fired because I think that robbed Michigan of a strong win. That it would have been a very strong statement win because UCLA was a good team last year, and it is what it is. If you notice, and I don't want to do whataboutism, but Ohio State just backed out of the Washington home. So and the reason that they gave by the way, was the exact same reason that Ward Manuel gave that they wanted an extra home game at their stadium. So these are the things that are happening in college football, and there's no commissioner to regulate it. So there you go.
Someone asked a question about, have I heard anything about AJ Henning or any other wide receivers for Iowa? He's keeping things close to him. It seems like I was actually just about to pull up his Twitter to see if he's posted anything or not. But until now, I haven't seen him post anything about this or that school offered. And the forum I go to hasn't really said much either. I know that we're in the running, but I don't know much more than that.
And AJ Henning was recruited by they were
originally.
Yeah, Iowa offered AJ Henning originally.
Yep, that's true. So we already know him. I mean, we do have a lot going for us in that game, but it's not a sure thing till it's a sure thing, you know?
Mike G, yes. Starting in 2024, Michigan is back to playing a good out-of-conference opponent. Texas, then Oklahoma, then Texas again. So those are gonna be some good football games.
Wait, Michigan plays Texas?
Michigan plays Texas. Yep.
Oh, that'll be interesting.
Twice.
Yeah.
Home and
That'll
home.
be good.
And word on the street is Texas is back.
Well, that's
Oh, God, stop.
Every offseason, Texas is back. It's going to be up to 7-win, or I guess 8-win this year. But 7-win Sark is going to have to coach up Arch Manning into a better quarterback so that they can actually be back. Because Arch Manning doesn't look that great. I hate to tell you, but I think without the Manning name, he would have been a 3 or 4 star quarterback. Instead, because of the Manning name, he had a 1.000 recruiting rate, the top you can get, 5-star.
Yeah, I definitely think that he had that Manning bump, but at the same time, it's hard. It's hard to tell so early. That's like anything else with these spring games. I'm not saying that you can't gather anything from it, but it's a very tough thing to sort of gather enough information to really get a grasp on things when you see it. I mean, they're glorified practices. That's all that they are at the end of the day.
Yeah. But his final year of high school was also considered, at least based on what I read, not that great. So I don't know. I think Sark, you're going to have to just those Texas fans. Sark is going to have to work his quarterback magic, I guess, and coach him up a little bit.
Mike G is killing me here with this.
Mike G is like the zingers with Mike G tonight.
I like
is
the
Mel
zingers.
Tucker in the transfer portal yet? He's used it so much, he might as well go into the transfer portal.
I'd like to see Brian Ferentz in the transfer portal too.
Where would he wind up? Southern Wichita State?
Well, it depends if he's offensive coordinator or TE coach, because he actually was a really good tight ends coach.
Yeah. Well, he's probably going to go to the Patriots and be a tight ends coach.
That's right. That's what everybody was saying this offseason, but it didn't end up happening.
Yeah, it'll probably happen next year.
I got a new topic. If we want to change the topic,
go for it.
Do you think the Michigan to Nebraska game is a trap game for Michigan
this year?
Yeah.
No.
It could be. It depends on what's coming up.
I'd say Nebraska's a good chance to be 4-0. Probably a better chance to be 3-1.
I mean, it could be. I don't have their schedule in front of me. They could be looking forward to another game, so it's a possibility.
Yeah, let's look at
Could be a night game.
Let's look at FBS schedules for Nebraska, and then this will
There's
be our last.
There's definitely people in the chat saying that, no, of course it's not. There's no way. But
Nobody thought Nebraska stood a chance against Michigan in 21, and we should have beat them if not for the stupid Big Ten refs. So,
I was thinking something more along the lines of Purdue just putting the boots at home at night to Ohio State a few years ago. Well, that's sort of what popped in my mind.
This goes back to my theory about Penn State versus Iowa, where you never know. There's always those games where weird things happened. And
wait, was someone saying that Nebraska might be 4-0 because you're playing the Minnesota Golden Gophers at Minneapolis? That might be a loss right there, depending on if they can get it together. But I saw enough there. I saw enough with their running back situation and even some of the passing game that
Yeah.
I actually think Minnesota could win that game.
I'm
I
giving
think they
them
look
Minnesota
good.
just because Nebraska has the element of surprise.
Okay.
I would pick Minnesota for that game too. I saw some of their spring coverage and they were doing really well. I really liked what I saw from their passing game, like you said, John. And
Yeah.
I mean, weird things have happened. I'm not saying 100% that, it's gonna be Minnesota, but I would bet Minnesota over Nebraska at this point as things stand.
Yeah. Now I do think that Nebraska's gonna whoop Colorado. I
Yep.
think that Nebraska's gonna whoop the Huskies, and I think Nebraska's gonna whoop Louisiana Tech. And then then Michigan goes into Lincoln, and so I'm not really sold yet on their ability to stop Blake Corum, number one. I don't think they're going to be able to stop him. I don't think that they're going to be able to, and if they do somehow stack 9 or 10 in the box like Ohio State tried to do, then JJ's going to beat you with his arm.
Hold on. Nebraska's running the 3-3-5 just like TCU, and we know how that turned out.
Yeah, and TCU, I think that was a very lucky game for them.
I'm just saying that 3-3-5 defense caused Michigan's line a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll learn from it. I don't know.
Yeah.
They might
I think
watch
that,
some tape and learn from it. That's exactly right.
yeah, if we're going to talk Michigan TCU, you got to look at the 100 factors against Michigan where they shot themselves in the foot. I'm not talking refs. I'm talking Michigan shot themselves in the foot. How about calling a Philly special on 4th and 2, was it? And they didn't have Blake Corum to punch it in. They didn't have Blake Corum to punch it in the half-yard line that other time when they were trying to get that. They would have had 2 more touchdowns on the board. They would have beat TCU right there. So you look at the factors against Michigan, and then TCU, to their credit, had a great offensive game plan. Garrett Riley is no longer there, FYI. But yeah, he had a great offensive game plan, and they capitalized on every single mistake that Michigan made. So, I think that was a 1 in a million. I don't think that Nebraska is going to be able to stop Blake Corum.
That's fair.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it either. I don't think so. I'm looking at Michigan's schedule because I'm thinking to myself, for it to be a trap game, they'd have to be looking ahead. That's usually how that works. They've got Minnesota the following week, unless Minnesota's just torching people and they're undefeated. I think that they'll be honed in on Nebraska most likely, and it shouldn't be a problem.
Who comes after Michigan?
Yeah. Let's scroll down and find out. Oh, we've got at Illinois, but Illinois loses a ton of players. Last year, I think that would have been a loss for Nebraska, but this year, I don't know because Illinois loses their quarterback. They lose their top tier running back. They lose fundamental pieces on their defense. I think Nebraska has a shot.
Yeah, I think so too. I don't think the Illini are as good as people are, or it's going to be as good as people are thinking. I really don't.
Yeah.
Why am I blinking?
Wait, who? What?
Illinois quarterback. Why am I blinking?
The last one or this one?
This one, this year.
No, because it was DeVito. Let's see, 2023. Oh, it looks like there might be
who transferred there? Somebody transferred there. I can't remember. Oh, it was Altmaier from Ole Miss.
That's right.
Altmaier. Okay. Yep. Well, there you go then.
Mm-hmm.
There it is. He's from Ole Miss. Altmaier.
I don't think he's ever played though.
Yeah, but he still learned from Lane Kiffin, so he'll probably be the starter.
I just don't have a ton of belief in the Illini until I see it. This is the first time, this last season was the one time in years they've had a good season.
You're gonna beat Northwestern this year. I think.
I hope so.
It's at Nebraska. I think you're gonna beat Northwestern. I think you're gonna beat Purdue because they lost practically everybody, and it's also at Nebraska. I think the Spartans are a joke this year. You're probably gonna beat the Spartans too. And then you've got some tough games where you've got
the last one.
Well, I think you've got a tough. I think Maryland is going to be tough. They have the second best quarterback in the Big Ten. They have some pieces still there. Some went to the NFL, but the one question mark, of course, is Josh Gaddis being offensive coordinator. I don't know about that, but I think that one could be tough. Wisconsin's a weird one because I thought they'd be looking way better.
Yeah, they
than
did
they
not
are.
look good.
They look like crap.
The Phil Longo hire like astonished me. I feel like they're going to be in a Nebraska after Tom Osborne, Frank Solich hiring Bill Callahan type situation.
Yeah, I don't get I was kind of like, okay, you got Mordecai, you've got an air raid, you're kind of a hybrid air raid and run concept. I thought that was going to work better than it actually did on the field. I don't think they have the
receivers.
Right.
It's never been their identity to.
Right.
Wasn't Wisconsin the one that had a lot of interceptions happening during their spring game, or was that somebody else?
Yes. Mordecai threw the ball to he was an equal opportunity thrower. He threw to the offense. He threw to the defense. He threw to everybody.
Oh, goodness. Yeah, I don't know. I thought for sure Wisconsin would look so much better.
Their defense will be really good, though. I have full faith in that.
Yeah, but, I mean, their offense took a step back,
So they'll basically be like an Iowa 2.0.
No, they actually won't, I don't think, because I think we're going to be better than them this year.
Yeah.
On offense?
Possible.
Yeah, I actually do think that.
No.
Well, on offense, I don't. Yeah, that's.
Well, is Cade McNamara going to throw like a million interceptions like their quarterback?
No, he won't. No, he won't because he is good at protecting the ball. That's one thing and no one can take away from Cade. He can protect that ball.
And then also there's the fact that our offensive line is going to be much improved. I'm not saying it's going to go from being what it was to like Georgia or something. I'm not saying that, but it's going to be improved. So.
And then we do have the Iowa Hawkeyes, yes, at Lincoln. And
the streak.
Yeah, the streak we had for 8 years. We'll see about that. I think Iowa has a darn good chance, if nothing else, because we have a huge chip on our shoulder about it.
Yeah.
And when Iowa has a chip on their shoulder, a lot of times that results in good things.
Well, the chip on their shoulder last year should have been to go to the Big Ten championship, but that didn't work out.
Yeah, it didn't work out. It doesn't always work out. I didn't say everything worked out. I'm saying this will probably work out, though.
I'm just joking around.
I think we all want. I mean, who doesn't? Well, except for Ohio State fans, but just
why
from
does the sentence always accept Ohio State?
But from a macro, just like a high level perspective, who doesn't want to see Cade and JJ duke it out, like in terms of quarterback stats? And
even
just
if I had no horse in the game, I'd want to see that.
That's not even fair.
Why isn't it fair?
Michigan has way more talent on offense.
Well, yeah, but somebody's got to win the Big Ten West.
True, I guess.
And it's not going to be
It's not going to be Purdue.
It's not going to be Nebraska. Rules get us shock the world. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think you're going to be lucky to get to
but
the bowl.
I do think people are saying 6 wins. Now that I looked at that schedule, it might be 7 or 8.
On.
Well, how many did we? Let's total up what we said. I don't think we did that.
Yeah. So okay. So we go to the top.
It was like 4 to start with.
I'm gonna give Minneapolis. I'm gonna give Minnesota the win here.
Yeah.
We'll say you beat Colorado, the Huskies, and Louisiana Tech for 3 wins.
3 wins, yeah.
Michigan, I think, will be an L. So yeah, you're at 3 wins. You could probably beat Illinois. That would be 4 wins.
I can't decide what I think of that one.
I'm on the fence on that one too. You're definitely going to beat. I think you're going to beat Northwestern. I think you're going to beat Purdue. So that's isn't that 5 or 6 wins right there?
Both of those being home really helps.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Michigan State's a joke. So you're looking at you could have 7 wins or 8 wins.
My question is this: what do we feel about Northwestern this year? Because Northwestern, what they tend to do is they tend to have these 11 seasons, 3 win seasons, and then out of nowhere they get a ton of wins.
That was supposed to be last year, and they went 1-11.
Right, that was supposed to be their senior, their big, class that they have their one big class.
Yeah, their one draft, like their one draft pick. That was their class. I mean, I don't know. I'm just wondering about that because Northwestern is the type of team I feel like where you never know. They could pop out of nowhere.
Yeah, usually they run in cycles though, and yeah, last year should have been usually like if you would follow how the record typically goes. It should have been a better year, and they won one game and then they just face planted after that. And yeah, I don't know. I don't see Northwestern being very good, nor do I see Purdue being very good. I think that like the Illini, I'm not going to say they're going to be terrible, but I don't think they're going to be as good, this coming season as last year. I don't know. When you look at that schedule, and I think you sort of dig a little bit deeper.
Yeah,
you could definitely see Nebraska. They're definitely going to be bowl eligible, but you could see them winning 7, 8 games anyway. It's a possibility. 7, 8 games potentially, and then who knows? It could be a crapshoot with like Wisconsin, because I still think, regardless of maybe how spring looked, I think they're still going to be in a little bit better position, but that doesn't mean that there's going to be a big chasm between it. They should probably be on roughly equal footing, I would think. So I don't necessarily think that that's not doable. And then they beat Iowa. I mean, they beat Iowa last year. I'm not saying that they're going to walk in being favorites.
They didn't beat us last year, actually. The only team they beat last year was Nebraska.
Yeah, that's it.
No. I'm talking about Nebraska. Like, I'm not.
No.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about Nebraska.
No. I was talking about Nebraska the whole time. Like, I said about Northwestern being like that was their year to be good, and it wasn't. And then I went. I guess that's probably. I'm looking at Nebraska's schedule, and that's probably why. But yeah, so that after that I went with Nebraska. I was talking about. So my apologies for the lack of clarification. And,
no,
and maybe giving you a heart attack when I said, oh yeah, they definitely have a good shot at beating Iowa, because I am not going to put any. I don't care what the odds are on that. I'm not going to put any money at all on Northwestern beating like
anybody.
Iowa, especially. Like, that is not going to happen ever. Ever.
It has happened before.
Let me address a few things. So Daniel asked, Michigan fans, do you guys believe JJ would have passed the ball with great success against Georgia? The answer is no, but I also think you saw it against Ohio State that JJ McCarthy passed the ball, and he probably would have passed the ball against Georgia somewhat. He passed the ball against Georgia in the 2021 playoff game. So I don't think it would have been great success, but yeah, they would have probably gotten a few passes in. Nick, $1.99 super chat. Thank you for your contributions today. You're already on the ticker. Again, Michigan is a healthy Blake Corum away from a natty. Michigan's at least a healthy Blake Corum away from winning a playoff game. I'm going to go that far because I think Michigan would have beat TCU with Blake Corum.
Yeah.
I
do think so.
Game.
Yeah, that was a ridiculous game.
Anyways.
That was up there with South Carolina 2017 as games that were just absolutely shouldn't have lost.
I don't know if that wasn't really my opinion, because you can paint it however you want to paint it, but it actually kind of looked for a while there like TCU might roll over Michigan. I mean, I know that's not what happened. I know Michigan came back real strong and probably could have won it actually, but early on, it really didn't look like Michigan was as good as TCU. Am I wrong with that?
No, you're in the first half. It looked like TCU was just on another level, but you also had to remember that Michigan was missing Blake Corum and made some questionable decisions in terms of the coaching. And now that coach is no longer with the university due to computer access crimes.
Oh, geez.
So he gone. So that's not going to be a factor this year.
Michigan looks didn't know what to do against TCU's defense to me, but I don't know.
Yeah,
that was a strange game. I did not have
very strange game.
I did not have my bingo card that would end the way it did, or that would go the way it went.
Yeah. All right, y'all. So what we're going to do now is what we always like to do with our panels on this show, as well as on College Football After Dark. And we're going to go around the horn, and we're going to ask everyone for a final thought and where can people find you on the internet, and if there is anywhere that they can find you. So let's start with Mr. Chris Foote.
Yes.
Do you have a final thought for us?
Not really. There was something I was just going to say. I don't know.
Yeah, well, there's your final thought. What would you like to say?
I think it was like, we can talk all about whether they deserve to be there or not, but I think that's like the 6th or 7th time that Texas Christians finished second. In other words, I don't know that they've ever actually won a championship. I know in 1938, they were credited with one, but I'm pretty sure they were second that year too.
Wait, who? Are you saying Texas?
TCU.
Oh, TCU. Oh, okay.
Yeah. The full name.
I thought you said
Christian.
Texas. I was like, Texas. What?
Yeah, I don't think they've ever actually won a championship.
They claimed a national title in 35 and 38, but that's everybody was claiming national titles back then.
They might have.
So does UCF.
Yeah, for some
UCF
reason, Michigan claimed one in
UCF did
'97.
Oh, Michigan won one in '97.
Claimed one, whatever.
Chris, is there? So we know. I know that there's sometimes you post the foot index, which is what I like to call it, when you post the index of the schools and where they're ranked, and you do that in the fall. And so I know that that's something that people can check out if they want to learn more about you.
Oh no, that's okay. They don't need to do that. But there was something I kind of did on my own that was a little bit better. Okay. I used that along with about 5 other ratings, and then kind of applied a BCS metric where you eliminate the top and bottom one, and then you average the 4 remaining. And I got a pretty good composite rating out of that. In other words, I was able to do that, and that worked out pretty well.
Awesome. Well, so people will
anywhere. I just kind of leave it in the comment section.
So watch the comments.
Yeah.
For everybody who wants to see more of Chris's work, you can check out the comments.
Right.
All right, Chris. I'm going to let you go, but thanks for calling back in, man.
No, thank you.
All right. Have a good night.
Good night.
And next up, let's go Cole.
Okay. So my final thought is Rule's Nebraska's savior. Sims is going to win the Heisman.
Wow.
Iowa's going to be irrelevant.
Hot take.
Nebraska's going to the Natty, baby. Woo!
Are we back in last century? Is that what happened?
I just think we just came back to 1995. That's what just happened.
That's what it's looking like.
Ace of Base is playing, we got
the 90s were the best.
We got the sweaters going. Saved by the Bell, and Nebraska wins the national championship. So there you go.
All that sounds great except the Nebraska part.
Yeah. Okay, Argraw, I'm gonna go you next. Any final thought for you?
Honestly, I don't know how I have to go after something like that.
Penn State's gonna win the national.
What do you say?
Penn State's gonna win the Natty.
Like
Why not?
It's more possible.
That's actually more likely.
Yeah.
I'm looking right in the chat. People were saying how awesome that the 90s were, and there you go. And I really enjoyed the Ace of Base reference. Very nice.
Yes.
So I don't have too much to say other than like I said before, I think we have some pretty interesting storylines that we are going to be watching this year that we touched on. I am hoping we're able to follow it a little bit more in depth later, particularly looking at Colorado, the story with Colorado this year. That's going to be exciting. And the same thing with Nebraska. Whiskey will be all right, but Nebraska just seems it seems a little bit more of a better storyline to me personally. But definitely hoping that that's going to be some of the things that you choose to talk about a little bit more going into the future, because it's definitely fun looking at that stuff, especially getting off of the nonstop Michigan, Ohio State train, just throwing that out there.
I was going to say, I hope you were happier with today, because we literally covered MSU, Nebraska, Minnesota.
Yeah.
Then we had fans from
Rutgers. Shout out to Rutgers. We even talked about
Rutgers and Maryland.
In Maryland, absolutely. So yeah, it's nice to see things spread around a little bit. I definitely am a fan of that. Like I said, doesn't matter if it's Penn State. Penn State, great. I would love to hear it. Love to talk about it. But it's a conference show. I like hearing about what everyone has to say about the entire conference.
Yeah.
So
I've been begging
not a bad show tonight because of that.
I've been begging people call in, and we even so the other thing we did is Mark has a special secret area where he hits up all the media people, and so that's how we got he hit up his connections thanks to Mark Rogers for getting us the Minnesota and Nebraska contributors, which I think really made the show extra special today. So we appreciate that.
Absolutely. Good stuff. Good show.
All right. All right, Argraw. Good to see you as always, man.
All right, thanks.
And we're down to you, Erica. So any final thoughts for us today?
Well, I'm still recovering from that drastic ending for Mr. Cole.
Right.
So I'm a little bit shell-shocked here. No, but joking aside, I mean, the 90s were a great decade, so that's cool. But other than that, I think that tonight was a good show. I loved hearing different perspectives and from everybody, and just another love letter out to the keyboard warriors. If you don't like what we're saying, please come on here and debate. Like, I'm not being facetious or anything. I'm serious. I love hearing differing opinions, and let's get more of that. I think that a lot of people would like hearing that on this show. So please feel free to call in. I didn't always call in. I used to be paranoid that I'd sound stupid or something, which some people seem to think I do, but that's their problem, not mine. So please do call in. Don't be scared. Usually people are pretty nice. So
yeah, we try to be nice, and if people aren't nice, then I usually have to give them a little finger wag in the chat because we want to be respectful to our callers, no matter where they're from, what they do.
There's a way to debate without being rude. So
and then Michael Campbell, Ohio State loses 3 football games, so that's the FanDuel hot bet. So get your money now. Because Michael Campbell is predicting 3 losses for the Ohio State University.
Michael Campbell's one of those who I think should call in. He had a lot of hot takes tonight.
He did call in the one week. He did.
No, he didn't call in tonight though. So
no, not tonight. Not
but
tonight.
Anyway,
but he has called in before. But Erica, it's always great to chat with you. And we'll see you around.
Yeah, and if you would like to find me on Twitter, my handle is Eriquita0115. Talk about travel, dogs, politics, college football. Don't think you'll find more of a diverse Twitter than that, although usually I do spend most of it talking about Iowa. But thanks again for having me, and I hope everyone has a good night, and go Hawks.
There you go. All right. Thanks, Erica.
Thank you.
So yes, what a show. That might have been the most callers that I've had on my block the whole time I've been doing this, and we really do appreciate that. Larry, the last time was 2011, which I think you just said 2011 doesn't exist. Mike, let's go ahead and I'll post that one more time for you. So this link that I'm posting right in here is the link that takes you straight in to USC Trojans Live. So you don't even have to go don't have to hop around. It's literally right there. You click that and it takes you straight into the video, and just wait 30 minutes. Go have a sandwich or a beverage or whatever. And in 30 minutes for USC Trojans Live, Mark Rogers and Matt Zemek from USA Today Trojans Wire are going to be talking about USC, as you could probably imagine. And sometimes they touch on other topics and even basketball and other things. But for the most part, it's USC Trojans football. And it's a great show. So we put that a couple of times. So definitely click that and let them know that John sent you. Last but not least, one more time, a reminder that Wednesday night, I'll be hosting my next show, the Michigan Wolverines Live at 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific. We have a merch store now. Check it out. Get yourself some Mark Rogers Voice of College Football merchandise and swag. Get some for the whole family and friends, etc., etc. And on behalf of Mark and everybody at the Voice of College Football community, I want to wish you a great night, and I'll see you in about less than 30 minutes for USC Trojans Live. And go Blue.